show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Sit back and relax and join the conversation. We've got Baron, Norman, Tax, Cash Money, 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made. From the panel to the chat, everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting you to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Baron, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, X, and also Pacific414 on Rumble. Along with Baron Norman Tech, I am your host, Mike. Cash is here, but he's kind of not here. He's kind of doing things in and out during today's broadcast, so he'll be bringing himself in every now and then. But we do have some stories that we are going to discuss during our time here on YouTube, Rumble, and X. But first, before we do that, Baron, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. The biggest story today is, of course, it's World Otter Day. Come on, guys. Quit being shy. Come on. Say hi. There we go. World Otter Day. Woo! Gotta love otters. Otters and... Oh, there we go. Yeah. If it wasn't for otters, I'd be in a darker place. Otters and penguins.
Well, that's good news. At least the Penguin front, as far as our good friends, Low Spec Linux Laptop are concerned. Sorry, Low Spec Linux Gaming. I still say laptop.
Well,
I do.
You keep on dead naming him, poor guy.
And also Punk Waddle.
Penguin Dome, 2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leaves. And of course, penguins and otters, because I'm just not cool enough. I'm not cool enough to be...
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
I saved that for DJ.
And Happy Little Trees, well, if someone wants to have Happy Little Trees with their Pop Talk, they can do so on their own.
So we're going to put a little happy tree here along with a happy little otter.
Happy little tree with a happy little otter. Happy little penguin.
Happy little penguin. Happy little AT-AT stomping on rebels.
Rebel scum.
Rebel scum.
Yeah, so speaking of which, that's where you were. You were with the Empire on Sunday.
Yes, I was. I was conscripted and all that.
Chasing down that rebel scum, Cash Money in its chin.
Yeah. That's no moon. That's Cash Money's chin. What? But yeah. I haven't even seen my appearance on Pops yet. I gotta go find it and see how I turned out on there because I was probably the highlight of the whole day over there. I know you had a lot of people, but it's me. Baron Orman Tag, Phantom Legacy. Right. I'm so cool. I'm on a shirt. Look at that.
Yeah. He's plugging his merch.
That's the only merch I have. That in a mouse pad.
Hey, you're still plugging your merch. I'm not knocking it, brother. I'm just saying.
Well, I know you're not knocking it, but it's like if I even thought that people would want to have. Talk about DJ Ronnie G. Here's Mr. Turtle himself. But yeah, I mean, if people wanted to have my ugly face on their chest, especially the women, I'd probably think about going out there.
Well, the women might use it for target practice, Baird.
With me wearing the shirt.
And
No, I don't have one
DJ
with a
says
cap.
a bear run shirt.
There we go. I'm bare chested. I'm barren chested.
Oh, he's full of good ones tonight, folks.
No, I don't have. I got a second one, but yeah, this one's king. Yeah, there we go.
You've had that one longer, so it gets more use.
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah, and I got a new one that's in the drawer, so I'll get that one clean and maybe bring the other one out. I gotta be prepared. It's like if you're gonna go out there and shamelessly plug yourself and have that ego trip, be prepared.
Be prepared for that ego trip, because regardless of what some people might think, if you're doing any sort of streaming on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, X, wherever, you got to have some kind of ego.
Oh yeah, you just have to keep it in check. I mean, for crying out loud, Jace has me on his stickers over there on his channel. So I mean, maybe I should get a. I think I should get a free pack of stickers because of that. I shouldn't have to buy me on a show that I'm on. That's just me talking. Jace, we gotta talk.
Speaking of talking, we are going to talk about an article from Cosmic Book News. And for this particular article, we have to do it for
the Emperor!
For the Lion!
Yes, we will be talking about an update that's coming to Space Marine 2 on June 26th, courtesy of Cosmic Book News. And why?
For the Emperor!
It's absolutely funny. I know he played it the last time it was on his show, but Brandon, the anime guy, he's got that heresy thing, and he didn't even know what it was from. He goes, "Well, I'm glad you know what that's from, Baron." It's like, "Yeah, that's from Warhammer, crying out loud. That's the Dark Angels." That's. You want to talk about Warhammer now? It's like, if you're going to use it, at least know what it is.
I was going to say to you, I'm surprised that stream didn't go into a Warhammer discussion. I know Warhammer's not anime, but
no, they should have one though. I'm serious about that. If they're
smart, could you imagine a Warhammer anime? How good that might be? How good it might look?
A lot of us do. I think there's a segment of the Warhammer fandom community that would love to see an anime, because I think they trust people who are doing the anime much more than other studios, because the Japanese do love. I see where you're getting at, DJ. He's trying to be witty. But how much they honor the source material and don't get carried away with it generally. And of course, when you got the blood and the gore, I mean, we played enough Warhammer games. You got to have the glorious blood and the gore, and the Japanese do such a great job. It's just that when it goes to Japan, goes to China, they turn it white, and then it starts turning into a weird area there. A little slanted, you might say.
Yep. But speaking of gaming, we have an article from PC Gamer that says most players know next to nothing about how games are made. New blood devs sound off on game dev misconceptions.
Well, I think a lot of game designers don't know how games are made, to be honest. Put a chicken and make it lame.
And we'll also be talking about an article from WCCF Tech where it says Final Fantasy VII Rebirth new mod introduces new challenging VR simulator battles featuring story bosses and other powerful enemies.
Cash has to be here for that story. I mean,
well, that story and the previous story from PC Gamer are stories that he found.
He drops these stories and he runs. It's a coward.
Well, not everybody can fight for
the Emperor!
Yeah. It takes a special kind. It takes a special kind.
And then we do have a bit of sad news that we will be talking
Oh, hell
about
yeah.
today. And
Horrible.
the first one will be about a prolific sci-fi writer and comic book writer, Peter David, who passed away at the age of 68. And
Yeah.
then the next one will be Rick Derringer, guitar journeyman behind Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, has also passed away. So we will be talking about that. And when it comes to Peter David, we'll also take a look at an article from Fandom Pulse of their 10 Star Trek novels by Peter David. If I could just get my sentences straight. Any Trek fan shouldn't miss reading.
I have to admit, there's one on the list that they say that everybody gloms onto and say it's one of the greatest, and I've never read it, and that's Imzadi.
I've never read Imzadi either. I would see it all the time in Barnes and
Yeah.
Noble, but I never picked it up.
Yeah,
I do
same here.
have a New Frontier book. I have a couple
Okay.
other books that he wrote.
The former long suffering loved the New Frontier series.
Keep talking. I'm going to grab a couple of them.
Oh, okay, yeah. The former long suffering, she loved the Mackenzie Calhoun, series of books. And of course, what did they do? They threw Shelby in there. I mean, he started bringing in the characters that we loved in Star Trek in one fashion or another, and gave them more love and more appearances. I had never read one of them. To be honest with you, she read them all. I don't know why I just didn't grab them when she was done and read them myself. I guess I had my other books I was reading. You can only read so much at one time, folks. Honestly. But of course, it became popular enough that was it Hidden Frontiers fan produced series that they brought Mackenzie Calhoun in, and which was replayed by what's his name from the New Voyages, not Vic Mignogna, but James Cawley. James Cawley, I believe, played him in those fan made films back in the day. So yeah, I mean, it was very impactful with a segment. I mean, if you had a captain that was created for Star Trek but never saw, official airtime, I'd say you could say he was one of the most popular ones in there, even though we never saw him. Thank you, DJ. I'm glad you're here. There's the door. Show yourself out. Love ya. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't send your turtles on me. I got my otters. To protect me. World Otter Day. They're there to protect me. They'll go up against your otters, your turtles any day. I'll protect them. Today, I'm protected. Look at my otters. I like my otters. I love otters. Otter-wise. What do we got here? Comedian? Are you joking with us? Huh? You think you're funny? You think I'm funny? You find me funny? Sorry, I'm still a little bit in that Goodfellas mindset and such. But,
well, I've got my New Frontier book. I just can't find my other one. And I'm not going to spend the whole time of the show looking for it.
3 hours later. Do we even have that? I don't think we even got that one transferred over. Damn, I'm falling down on the job. I should find that 3 hours later and bring it over. If it's not there.
I don't know if it's there.
I don't know either. I'm going to take a peek. Now that you're back, I can do that. DJ's harassing me, by the way, Mike. He's harassing me.
Nah. He's having a conversation with you, Baron.
But you know what? There it is. It is here. It is here, folks. It is here, boys and girls. We have the
3 hours later.
I thought I would put it in there. Hey, nice room. You need a little more light on that. I could not see that.
Here. All right, fine. Give me a second. I'll turn
that
some
lamp.
lights
Get it
on.
closer to that lamp behind you there, man. Girls, you see his bedroom? Come on. Imagine there's some roses in there, a couple bottles of wine. You can have the Mike experience. Huh?
That's the last thing any woman really is looking for, Baron.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I think that's the first one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first one.
And like I said, you brought Shelby and others.
Yeah. Jellicoe and Shelby are a part of this.
Mm-hmm. He knew his lore in Star Trek. Um,
And he should have
yeah,
been given the chance to write an episode, but
yeah. I mean, at least Straczynski gave him, the 2 episodes of Fab Five. Unfortunately, what he did for fifth season, they worked with Bill Mooney didn't happen. It's going to be interesting to see what would happen with that. I'm assuming it was going to be a linear story. Of course, he had one for Crusade, actually, technically two, but they never were able to. They didn't. No, the series ended before they could film the second one. And of course, he helped out with 5 books with Babylon 5. He helped out with the comic book series, especially in Valen's name. So, I mean, it's not just Star Trek he touched. He touched a lot of our favorite heroes in DC and Marvel. He a lot of Marvel. He did a lot of Hulk and Spider-Man and stuff like that. He even did his own, like the original series of books, like the Road to Wooin, which is part of the Sir Apropos of Nothing series that he did, comedic trilogy. It's fantasy. I got the first book. I never read it. I'm ashamed of myself. But I mean, this guy was well versed in everything to do with geekdom,
yeah,
and he loved it. And it's going to be interesting to see what they have for that top 10 or that top 10 list you got.
it is, because I haven't read that article, but I saw that article and I thought we should definitely look through this article after we talk about the passing of Peter David, because of
Right.
the impact he made in the Star Trek universe, and in particular with the books that he wrote.
Yeah, I mean, I met him a couple times, and interesting. Actually, the one time I met him was the time that he wrote in his book, "Mr. Sulu Grabbed My Ass," and I was there for that event, and he stole our bit that we had at our table. I was sitting with Tim Zahn, my former long suffering, a bunch of us, and I'll bring that story up when it comes time for
Okay.
of that. But that's written in there. It's like, you son of a bitch, Peter David, And of course, he told us, and he told all of us, come up to me whenever you see me and tell me never do a novelization of a movie again, because I think it was it the Incredible Hulk novelization, the Hulk movie, or I can't remember which one it was, but it was just a nightmare for him. But he still did afterwards. But it's like, just tell me never to do novelizations again, please, of movies. Speaking of novelizations,
I'm sure you have a few Peter David books.
well, I'm looking at them right now. In fact, I'm trying to grab a couple of them right now. I don't know if they'll show, but of course, Okay, fine. Otters, you got to disappear for a while. I love you, Otters. I really do. I really do. I really do. There we go. But of course, in the beginning, boom, and I think I did. Yeah, there it is. It's signatory in there. And Third Space was the other one. And I believe this one is as well. If it's not, I'd be ashamed. Actually, this one isn't. Surprise, surprise. But of course, I found that one more important. And my prized possession is his copy of the script for the episode he wrote for Babylon 5, signed by him and J. Michael Zasinski, that I got. I'm not going to go grabbing it right now. I got to dig through stuff because it's put away safe. But
yeah,
an
that's how it is with my other book. It's like, well, I'm not going to go digging for that right now.
Well, yeah, in Third Space, the movie was kind of like, it's kind of like H.P. Lovecraft in space. It was Babylon 5's version of H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, it was very Cthulhu, Eldritch horror they did on that one. And that beautiful scene that was written, because it was running slow. They were running out of time between Zach and Lita. And basically, it's like Zach having, like, I can't remember a minute or so, or can't remember how many pages of dialogue that he did almost in one take, trying to profess his love to Lita. But she's possessed, so she doesn't, she's not hearing it, and he's getting the cold shoulder from her. and so he gets the signals wrong. It's like, well, what if she was there? What if this, what if again, brilliant writing on JMS's part, and of course Peter David following through with novelizations.
Mm-hmm. And it's good to see your better half, who says, hi, guys.
Mhm.
Babylon 5 is cool. It's good to see her. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I made her watch the series. She liked it. Hey, Mike, she liked it.
Nice. It's always nice when the wife likes something you like.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. And yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I mean, who better to do the Centauri series than him?
Because
Okay.
inside, he's in Centauri.
Mhm.
He's not a non.
No.
I haven't done that in a while, so I thought I'd do it.
I know it's been a while. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So there we go. We've got the Peter David Babylon 5 book collection, not to be confused with the stuff he did for comics. I know he did in Valency. I can't remember if he contributed for the actual 11 issue run that they had. It's gonna be. I gotta look that up.
While you're looking that up, I'm gonna say hello to Lady Miz. I hope your Wednesday is doing very well for you.
Hi, Lady Miss.
Not just doing very well, but also going very well for you.
Maybe she found some nice juicy humans there. Yeah.
DJ says that was pretty neat. Of course, Lady Miss is saying hi to DJ. She's also saying hi to your better half.
Mm-hmm. My long suffering, my poor long suffering, has to put up with me. And actually, it doesn't look like he did anything with that original run. I know David Gerald did, but the original run doesn't look like he did anything with that one. Now there's the David Gerald. Okay, yeah, and then and of course in Valen Name he took over on that one after the second issue, after the first issue. So again, great writer. He knows his crap.
That he did. And DJ says my tortoise is available for the live action rendition of those books. But for now, let's say that we get into our first article. Why?
For the Emperor!
Ooh, what do we got here? Oh my.
Yes, Space Marine 2, Baron.
Yes. Unlike Peter David, Mr. Sulu didn't grab my ass. So. Oh my.
I would hope not. But you never know. So let me just get this shared out to X and Rumble, and then I will start reading the article.
Yeah, Elon, follow along with us. We know you watch.
X has been having its own issues recently, and
yeah, I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to X lately, and that's my fault.
That's all right. All right, so we have this article from Cosmic Book News. It's been written by Patrick Scanton. It was posted on Friday. It says Space Marine 2 adds free siege mode and new DLCs June 26th. Space Marine 2 is getting a major update on June 26th with the release of Siege Mode, a free new PvE mode for all players. Announced during the Warhammer Skulls Festival, the update also includes 2 cosmetic DLC packs for Season Pass holders. Of course, you can watch the trailer below if you want. I don't think we'll have any problem showing the trailer. It's just movie trailers we have a problem with.
Right, this is game trailer, and they want this shit out there. They want it big time. They know that us talking about this, especially in a positive light, only helps them.
Very true. says what to expect in Siege Mode. Siege Mode is a 3-player co-op experience set on Kadaku. You'll face non-stop waves of Tyranids and Chaos enemies while defending an Imperial fortress. The mode
Tyranids.
pushes. Sorry.
I'm
I'll hand in
ready
my
for the
I'll hand
Inquisition.
in my 40K card now.
Oh, even worse. Eisenhorn, come over here. I think I got itself a heretic. There's a heretic over here. Eisenhorn, get over here.
Yeah, that's the way to talk about Shane.
Oh, he's
How you doing, Shane?
Oh.
How you doing, brother?
I hear he follows Slanish.
All right. So the mode pushes players to hold the line for as long as possible until they fall.
2 seconds. Like my lovemaking, 2 seconds.
They drew first blood, not me.
Hey, it's best 2 seconds in their life, I tell you.
Right,
mine.
right.
At least mine. Hey, it's not my problem. It's their problem.
It says, note the trailer features footage from a Dreadnought mech. Picture below. Focus Entertainment responded to players asking if the mech is playable and said it's not, and that more is forthcoming. Oh, boo!
Why they call
Boo!
it the mech?
That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do in the game with the mech is Leroy Jenkins. But instead, nope, it's not playable.
You know, well, that's gonna be part. Were we talking about the other story about the other Space Marine, or we can talk about this?
I'm gonna bring it up, Baron. Let me get through this article first before I bring up something else, Baron. Jeez, come on, man.
It's kind of related, man. It's kind of related.
What do you mean, kind of related? It is related. Jason, let's get through this story first before we go on to something else. For crying out loud, man.
Dreadnought's not a mech, anyways. It's a freaking coffin with chain guns on it. Even in death, I still serve.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Oh, remind me. I got a story for you, Mike, about that. I got a story to tell you.
All right. Their answer was, nope, the Dreadnought is AI support. You'll know more about the gameplay mechanics of this mode in the May community update in a week, states the tweet. Goes on to say the update drops for free on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series XS, PC. PC players using Steam can try it early through the public test server starting June 4th. Ooh, next week, Baron. Next week.
Do I have that server? I think I used to have the server. I gotta see if I still got that. Maybe not. Let me take a look. Where's my Steam?
More details will be shared in the next community post.
Oh, I got the test server.
2 new DLC packs, White Scars and Blood Angels. Alongside Siege Mode, Patch 8 includes 2 new cosmetic DLCs for players excuse me, with Ultimate Edition, Gold Edition, or Season Pass.
Mm-hmm.
White Scars Chapter Pack includes a champion skin for the Assault class, 3 themed weapon skins, Oculus Bolt Carbine, Stalker Bolt Rifle, Combat Knife, and additional cosmetic options with basically for successor track. I can't speak. I'm all flustered. But anyways, the heraldry for successor chapters. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Blood Angels Cosmetic Pack adds new armor pieces usable across all classes, plus markings for 8 Blood Angels successor chapters. Additional offers and community access. The update goes live during the Skulls Festival of Video Games, where Space Marine 2 was available for up to 40% off across all editions and DLCs. Players can also join the Focus Together platform to share feedback, earn rewards, and stay connected with the Space Marine 2 community.
Yeah, I got killed early.
Nobody gets killed. You want to know why nobody gets killed? Because we're all fighting for
the Emperor!
Well, what if you get the Emperor's Grace? That's kind of final.
And you're still fighting for
The Emperor!
But what do you think, Baron? New DLC, new content coming to Space Marine 2.
I mean, honest, and this, don't take this wrong, but I'm not surprised because this is what I've come to expect from them. They have a plan. They want to put out these new chapter packs because when it comes around to what I think a lot of people want with Space Marine 2, more than just the base game, they want to go out there and kick butt. But more than that, they want to kick butt as their favorite legions or favorite chapters, like me doing the Dark Angels. Others, they finally came out with the Space Wolves. So they got those, and reasonably priced, by the way, these cosmetic packs. And when they do have their sales, obviously you can get them cheaper than that. Or if you want to go for the big season passes, they just pop up. But why is that? Because there might be a chapter or a thing that you don't want to have. It's like, do I really want the Space Wolves? I already got the Angels. They don't like each other. Um, that type of thing. But yeah, it's neat. They keep on adding these things. They got the Horde mode. Now they're going to have this Siege mode. And what we said before the show, why didn't Bungie, or not Bungie, but the ones that did Starfield, why this is what they should have been doing with that game.
Bethesda made
Bethesda, thank you.
Starfield.
Yeah, I had the B right at least, and they're full of B. But I mean, why? This is what they should have been doing over there to make a successful and great game. You can tell between these two companies who loves us. They love the what they're doing with the universe, and they know that we love it, and they know they can make some money off of it. So, boom. And yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you're wrong with the. There's a lot of people that are going with the 3D printer. That's killing GW. They're really. And if you're not going to go into tournament play, it doesn't matter. It's only when you do tournament play that you have to have the official GW models, or they won't let you in, which is understandable. It's their tourney, but there's many other tournaments that's out there that's not sanctioned by them. That the unsanctioned. There we go. Ooh, sounds kind of dark and mysterious. It's like Warhammer Fight Club. You don't talk about Warhammer Fight Club. But you have one of those. A lot of the community is going that way because GW just gone insane. These DLC packs, you can have your favorite Space Marines for far less than going out and buying a pack of the actual miniatures, and you have a grand old time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rules are free, and yeah. Well, the base rules, I believe, for Warhammer are still free. You can still get, because it's not much. You get, when you get the big book, there's a lot of fluff in there and other stuff, but the basic core rules of Warhammer are, if you prefer a different gen, a different edition, instead of going with 10th edition, you want to play 5th edition or whatever, you can still do that. And you can go out there, you can kit bash, GW does not mind you kit bashing as long as it's their stuff. But as that goes, the community is tighter. They know we don't have the money, and GW responds to the fact that we don't have more money is by raising the prices. How stupid can you be?
Well, isn't that stupid? As far as strategy is concerned, when it comes to not just games like Warhammer,
Mhm.
but also these video game companies that are
Yeah.
starting to ask people more money, not just for their games, but for their consoles, for the peripherals, and
Yeah. But for these DLCs that they have for, I mean, first of all, that siege mode, free, FREE, it's there.
mm-hmm.
You're not having to pay a red cent for that one, except for the base game, obviously. But when you get those DLCs coming out, they're generally like $7, and you get, I don't know how many I don't know how many different you get the successor chapters and all that, mix and match, and you can design your own chapter off of each one you're going off on that. Oh, that's not just D&D. Oh, I mean, Wizards of the Coast is dying. Yeah, well, yeah, they want.
Well, Hasbro has themselves to blame for Wizards of the Coast dying.
Yeah, you give Wizards of the Coast to the right person, and you know what? Thanks for bringing it up. I've been remiss. I don't think we even talked about it, but about a month or so ago, we lost Ernie Gygax. You
No,
care?
I don't believe we did talk about that.
No, Ernie Gygax passed, and he was in bad health. He was in bad health, and of course, he was a recovering alcoholic. I mean, he was hard on himself in his life, and sadly, it finally caught up. But here is one of his kids, one of the people that helped with how D&D in the day got formed. And I know that while he was still in somewhat good health, you could go there. It cost you money, but you could have him as your DM for a game over there in Lake Geneva because they have the Gary Gygax Museum out there,
Mm-hmm.
which I want to see one of these days. Lake Geneva's not that far away, a couple of hours. I should do that. But
You should.
yeah, and I think Luke Gygax is still involved with it. His brother. But yeah, I mean, with the passing of Ernie, that's one of the younger giants of D&D that went. And if you started getting stuff back in the hands of people like that, Wizard would have no problem. It would thrive.
Nope. Nope. But getting back to the topic of Space Marine, now we can show what you wanted to talk about.
Hmm.
Not only are we getting that free DLC for Space Marine 2, but we're also getting this on June 10th.
And you got a lot of free DLCs, by the way, with this. But we have had it since this game came out. Oh, so this is Star Trek, Kurtzman style.
This is better than Kurtzman Trek.
I know, but there's only 4.
Come on, Baron, let's team up.
Oh yeah!
Do it.
For the Emperor!
I ain't finished with you yet, Space Marine! But I am finished with you.
And you can play it day one on Game Pass.
Space Marines attack!
But yes.
And it looks like they enhanced it the right way. Let's make the graphics look better. Let's make it look sharper. And they're probably bringing the controls more in line with Space Marine 2, so it's more seamless,
More cohesive.
The Long Suffering, she played that game actually. I mean, I got 2 versions of that. The first one I got, which was on the Xbox, and that's when I first started playing the game. And then she started playing, and she was getting a kick out of taking out the greenskins, the orcs. Yeah, you gotta love them. They're like space cockneys out there. Either that or they're from the
I
north.
remember a couple of years ago, you saw that it was on sale on Steam, and you're like, Cash, Mike, you gotta pick up the game.
I think it was for $5 too. That was a good price.
It was a real good price.
And we did it. We went out there, and and of course, Cash is getting hints from that one guy. Man, my hands are big. You're right.
Yeah, well, we were all getting hints from that one guy who joined us.
Yeah, he's
that
Australian, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember the guy say, "You guys are American, aren't you?"
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah. What do you want to make of it, pal?
Yeah, well, yeah. We're American what? American ha ha? We use you? Do we make you laugh? No. Oh, yeah, Aussies are great. I've never run into a bad Aussie. I know there's bad Aussies out there. Everyone I've run into have been swill, sweet people.
But yeah, funny how.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
And let's
Yeah,
see what Shane said. When I
I'm
sold
not
my
surprised.
orc army, it sold for around $5,000.
I'm not surprised. Orcs are still popular. Orcs are very popular.
DJ says, and it was probably painted too.
Hmm. Yeah, but that takes some of the fun. Part of the fun is actually going and making your own. It's like, just think of this as Napoleonic warfare in the future. I mean, this is where a lot of this stuff came from.
Mm-hmm.
Is from H.G. Wells' little soldiers, I believe.
Yeah.
Wherever I got the rule book, it's probably behind me, but I'm not going to go grab it. But and you talk about famous people. Peter Cushing was one that was involved in that, doing Napoleonic warfare, and that's how D&D came about. These people were playing playing this little soldiers doing Napoleonic warfare, and it's like, what can we do to make it different? Well, D&D put a fantasy spin on it, and it became what D&D is now. Warhammer took that same, Games Workshop took that, started with the fantasy, and then before you know it, they went into science fiction, and boom, that exploded.
And Shane says, let's be honest, GW models are not detailed or the most quality models either.
They can have some good ones, and then there's like, are you freaking kidding me? I mean, it can be hit and miss sometimes. You can get one like, I think some of their special ones that they come out with can be pretty nice, but when they're going for the base stuff, it's like, no. Oh, okay.
It's not really showing up, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a second. Otters, you gotta go. I'm sorry. I love you, Otters, but you'll come back. Don't worry. You'll come back. No, I don't want that, you bugger. I want this. There we go. But when you had that was a nice one. Actually, I got it packed away. Probably it might be in there, but I actually put him on a pile of skull. When I did this one up, I did him up as a Dark Angel because I'm a Dark Angel fan, and then I put him on top of a pile of skulls with that pose. And it's like, ooh,
Nice.
there we go. But this one was a pretty good cast. I had no complaints. Of course, it's a rare one. There was only, so many per store. I think 100 stores, celebrating their 100 stores. So there was like 100 models. I can't remember, but I got lucky and got this one. You can have the head or the helmet. I went with the helmet. I can put the head on another one. What else I got? I got my painting stuff in here. What are you? Just one of these days. That's a nice one too.
Mm-hmm.
Based off of Blanche's artwork for Sister of Battle. Now that's a nice cast too. This one is, but then again, you got to get the ones that they really care about type of ones. Which one? Oh yeah, I got to do this one up.
Definitely.
26, because they did that one up looking like the original ones that came out back when it happened. And of course, they have him done up as, of course, Crimson Fist. I want to make him make him Dark Angel. But I'm not
that's what you are. So
yeah, that's what I like. I like the Crimson Fist too. I almost went Crimson Fist when I was starting to make armies, but Dark Angels won out for some reason, and but I'm not confident enough to do that one. You can see partially my things open with all my goodies in there. That all the models I intend on painting some year, decade, century.
it's pretty exciting with this Warhammer Space Marine news coming out. We've got the remastered version of the first game coming out in a couple of weeks, and Then a couple weeks after that, we have the new DLC for Space Marine 2.
Right. And let's keep it to the universe. Darktide.
Yeah, Darktide's getting the major update from what you told me.
Yeah, the Adeptus Arbites, where you can go in there and actually play basically their version of Judge Dredd. I mean, the Arbites were basically stolen by GW from Judge Dredd in 2000 AD. So you can start going through the Hive City as your version of Judge Dredd. I mean, there's no if answer. I mean, let's face it. In the beginning days of Warhammer, they stole. It was basically almost parodying all the science fiction stuff out there in one fashion or another.
I mean, every franchise seems to borrow a little bit from another.
Well, but the thing is that one Warhammer was almost a complete parody. I mean, you had Obi-Wan Sherlock Kenobi, or no, Cousteau. I mean, Obi-Wan Sherlock Cousteau. You had a character like that, in the first book, Rogue Trader. So you know which direction they're going at. It's like we're going to have tongue firmly put in cheek, and we're going to have fun in this universe, and then it evolved into what we got today. But I think we need to remember having the. Yeah, it does make sense. He's not just in the Hive Cities either. They have their Arbites are in a lot of stuff. They're the first Ultramarine novel that they had, of the series they had there. They had Arbites that were fighting alongside the Space Marines against the heretics. So, but they just don't get enough love. I hope this gives them a lot more love. I definitely want to get that DLC, and I definitely want to go into Darktide. I'll probably have to level them up. Start off at 0, but I'm going to be a Judge Dredd in there. Creep.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get back to playing Darktide. We got to get back to playing Space Marine.
Heck, Vermintide, even going the fantasy one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think
just so we could hear Cash's elf say, "Let's go, Mayflies."
Mm-hmm. Come on, do better.
Do better, Mayflies. I am coming, but I am not ready to follow you.
Well, I mean, we got the DLC for Bolt Gun that came out not too long ago,
sure.
And now they announced Bolt Gun 2. I mean, it's almost like the video game end of it is starting to take over the other end of Warhammer, but then again, it's cheaper.
It's cheaper, and as long as they maintain good quality for the games, people will continue to purchase them, play them, and be willing to download the DLC, whether they're free or whether there's a charge to them.
Right. And I think the free ones, it comes with an update. So you get those DLCs with an update no matter what, with the free ones. But you can choose to play it or not. But the other ones, it's like, oh, do I want White Scars? Am I a fan enough of the White Scars to have them? Am I a fan enough of the Salamanders to get their sniper? Do I like the Space Wolves, or do I like the Dark Angels enough to want to have their pack? Heck, I got the Raven Guard pack so I could have the Beaky Helm, the old classic Beaky Helm.
It's very nice.
But you know what's going to happen? Twitch is going. I'm sure Twitch is going to have for coming next month for both Darktide and Space Marine some little drop reward thing. Yep. So I'm keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing to do. You have to watch a certain amount of the stream so you can claim your free DLC,
or you have to play your game a certain amount of time in there, because I got my pros hooked up on there. Sometimes you need to do that pro. That's how I got my Mark 8 helm, which is the classic helm of the Firstborns. It's like, I need that helm. No, it's not a want. It means it's a need. I need that helm. Because I really don't like Primaris Marines, to be honest with you.
And if you don't mind, Baron, I would like you to read this next story.
Do I have to? Let's see. Let me get into the comment section. I'm sure you put it in there. Oh, there we go. For some reason, it didn't show up. It didn't show up again in there. I mean, the little dot thing, you got a new message. I don't know why. Yo, boys and girls, I'm going to read this next article. And before I do that, though, we have. I got to get my happy little otters up. Otters. So we got this from PC Gamer, the global authority on PC games. Did someone take a vote on that or something? And
I didn't get a ballot to vote.
I didn't get a ballot. PC Gamer, but they've been around for a while, that's for sure. And the headline to this: most players know next to nothing about how games are made. New blood devs sound off on game dev misconceptions. A lot of you are twat waffles. I don't think that's a misconception. And this is bylined Morgan Park, published on the 20th of this month. It's now easier than ever to make broad, incorrect assumptions about how games work. This sounds like a poor me story right off the bat. Oh, God.
Sounds like it's going to have a lot of word salad.
Yeah, I wonder how much Sweet Baby Ink comes up in this. Okay. So, are they going to be as insufferable as vegans and others where they tell you every 5 minutes that I'm a game dev? I'm a game dev. You know that. I'm a game dev. Hang out with a game developer in casual setting for an hour, and the topic of game dev misconceptions is bound to come up. Why? Because they'll tell you right off the bat. I'm a game dev, and what's wrong with this, blah, blah. It's like, really, honestly, I'm just here to get another.
Do they do it
of
sounding
potato
like
salad
Andy
for breakfast.
Rooney? Hi, I'm Andy Rooney. Hi, I'm a game dev. And you know what really grinds my gears?
Now, it's that Adam saves the universe twat waffle, arrogant prick that he is. It's always fun to explain what people get wrong about your job, especially if it could lead to fewer misguided assumptions and mean comments on the internet.
Mean comments? Mean comments? Oh my gosh. Mean
Like
comments, Baron. I mean,
like what Cash puts out there. Come on, guys, do better. Oh, I'm hurt now. I'm wounded. Oh, that's where you need to have the Pete going. Ooh, ah, ooh.
but mean comments on the internet, Baron. Oh my god.
What the hell you say?
What, first day? First day, guys? First time? So, such was the goal of a monster feature interviewing 32 game developers published today at Games Radar, which includes several choice quotes from New Blood, the indie studio known for modern throwbacks like Dusk, Ultra Kill, and Gloomwood. I guess.
And before you continue, I do want to say hello to Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank. He says, I don't think most players are into learning how to code. They just want games to work and be fun. So, what does that say about devs who end up with shoddy games? True.
Right. I mean, that's why we're game players and you're the devs. And indirectly shouldn't be listening to us because you should be catering games to what your audience is.
Mm-hmm.
I got to do this game that no one has interest in, and then I'm going to get my mangina all upset because they made a mean comment like this Cash Money who said, "Hey guys, do better." That really hurt us. So, pulling no punches as usual, New Blood CEO Dave Oshry said that most players know next to nothing about how games are made, adding that game development teams have more in common with films and TV productions than you think. And now we're getting into the issue at hand. With exceptions of solo devs, games are an artistic endeavor that require the cooperation of handfuls, dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people at once working together to create interactive art, watching TV, playing basketball, foosball, and all that. Oh, wait a moment. Shouldn't we be coding right now? Osri said. You can put all the great programmers, artists, animators, and sound designers you want in the same building, but that doesn't mean they can make a great game. No kidding. Great
I'm
games.
going to play it again, Baron.
Okay, please do.
The hell you say?
Thank you. Great games are made by great teams that work great together. It helps when they're all friends too. Sometimes when you have animosity, even better games out there. I think most fans understand that it takes a village. Oh my
Hold on.
god!
Shade, I'm just gonna say it as a funny shade. The power of friendship can even help you develop games as long as you use your friendship.
You
That's what.
want me to vomit?
No, that's what Shade says to us when we're playing Marvel Rivals, just trying to
Mm.
keep our spirits up. He's just trying to keep our spirits up, man.
Oh god, it makes me want to vomit. Love you, Shane.
No, you should hear how he says it. It'll make you laugh.
I'm sure he does it good. I need to play a game with him. I
You
think
do.
I do. I'm not just saying that. I think most fans understand that it takes a village. Okay, now we're getting into the word salad bullshit crap. Thank
Yep.
you, Hillary freaking Clinton. But Oshry is also speaking to the surface level chatter surrounding new games our studios as their first announced. The roots of which often being with the studios themselves. There's nothing a new outfit with big investors love more than highlighting all the successful games its employees have collectively worked on. But that has almost nothing to do with what they'll eventually make together. How many studios founded by ex Blizzard devs have come and gone over the year? Yeah, so okay, I don't know where you're going with this. I really don't.
I
The
don't either.
idea is the idea is to sell a studio's immense talent so that you can attract other talent, which is reasonable and important. But who's to say if that talent will gel together? That's the hardest part, according to Oshry, and exceedingly rare. Well, yeah, you're never going to get a full team meshing together and having a kumbaya. Sometimes you need to have that little struggle back and forth with the
Hmm.
people in there.
You need to have that little pushback of somebody saying, "No, this idea isn't gonna work."
Mm-hmm. And why? It's just that not just that it's not going to work. Why?
Yeah, give an example as to why it's not gonna work.
Well,
What
well,
it
because
might.
your face is ugly. What? Huh?
I mean, let's just say, for example, a graphics card isn't up to current specs,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to push this game beyond the limits. Someone can clap back, say, "No, the specs that you're requiring for this game, most people don't have, the processing power or the graphics card power to even run this game properly at the moment."
Mm-hmm.
You need someone that will, say something like that so they can, lower their expectations a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
or at least hold out until the technology is there and ready.
Right. Now, granted, some of these games take so long that by the time they get done with them, most of the
Yeah.
people got the new systems. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Plotting for the future. That's forward thinking. But
Hmm.
again, obviously they don't understand us, the gamers. But we'll continue with on that. But I kind of scooted ahead and I saw the first comment in there, and it kind of seems interesting.
Okay.
So I rate that one one. I rate that 1 of 5, 10 on the
I rate that one 5 out of 10 on the misconception scale.
okay. Kind of seemed odd at first, but Oshry's cohort David Szymanski had a spicier take that I subscribe to. The man behind Dusk and Iron Lung is tired of seeing dev laziness used as a blanket explanation for missing buggy features or seemingly hacky implementations.
Well, isn't it laziness when game testers aren't really doing their job on a game to make
Hmm.
sure that it runs not just for one particular system, but for all particular systems. I'm using an example. Jedi Survivor. When
Mhm.
that came out on PC, not everybody could run it perfectly on their
No.
system, even when
Mhm.
their system met the specs. Everybody was having issues. I had issues. And then, of course, you get those people on console saying, well, we're not having any problems. You're on console. We're not talking about console. We're talking about those of us on PC who have machines that meet the specs, but for some reason, this game isn't optimized properly.
Mhm. Right. I mean, you got the different ones out there, and your game testers. You should have game testers on each one of the platforms, logging everything in that's wrong, sending that in, and then the developers go, "Okay, we got to fix this, fix this, fix this."
Hmm.
And if it's a big list, it means, well, you got a lot of work to do. Obviously, you missed a lot of stuff, but that's part of quality control.
Yeah, and Shane, you're absolutely right. It doesn't help when you have the
Mhm.
game journals who aren't playing the games. They they just skim over the games, or they're playing it on easy mode.
our,
Y-
our
y-
CPU versus CPU.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're just talking
If
about.
you're going to review a game, play it on normal, so you get an experience with the game on a normal difficulty, not on easy difficulty.
Yeah, at least normal, because that's what a lot of people are going to be playing on. When
Hmm.
they go in there, they want to work their way up to hard. It's like, okay, we're going to go on normal roll so I get an idea what the heck to do, because that's your basic training, and then now I can go hard mode. But it's like, well, we were talking about the show about the Attack of the Show and stuff like that back in the day,
Hmm.
and finding out what type of twat waffle Sisler turned into. But then we find out, even back in those days of Attack of the Show, he didn't give a rip about any of the games. He didn't play the games. He was
No,
just there
someone
for a
else played it
paycheck.
for him.
Yeah, Morgan Webb. She played games. He didn't. And then, of course, it showed greatly when they went with their failed show with his scripted impromptu speech for Frost to go out there and insult everybody. I mean, that's where you're at with game journalism.
Well, that's where you're at with entertainment in general, whether it's
Mm.
in games,
Oh yeah,
movies, television.
but I was just keeping it the game one because Lester was. I mean, you're wrong. Shane was absolutely right about that. A lot of these people don't even play the games. It's like, to be a movie critic, you don't need to make the movie, but you should at least watch the freaking thing.
You
Not
want to know one of the reasons why I like Doom: The Dark Ages?
hmm,
It's
hmm,
because it reminds me of classic Doom, fast
right.
paced.
Hmm. If a game is supposed to be a certain way, keep it that way. Expand on it, make it better, but don't turn Doom into Stardew Valley. Don't turn it into something that's not at all.
No, Doom is blood, guts, and gore.
Right. But just like Warhammer. For the
Mhm.
Emperor! Sorry.
I can play that again. Don't worry, I don't mind.
For the Emperor!
But I wanted to honor our great emperor by doing it myself this time. It's like, gotta praise the emperor, all great emperor, the god emperor of mankind. So, not an especially a spicy observation, but then Samansky went on to say that in some instances, the accessibility of game dev tools these days have become a bit of a double-edged sword when complaints start flooding in. Oh, and I forgot the most important. I forgot the top part. These decisions are nearly always driven by an unseen web of more complex issues and our external pressures. He said, "Well, we know that. Quit hiring Sweet Baby Inc. It's now very easy to acquire enough knowledge to make broad, incorrect assumptions about how easy any given task should be." Semensky said, "Oh my freaking word! You're going to go with the don't trust your freaking lying eyes. What do you mean Biden had dementia? Oh, come on. No, just because he wandered in the forest, come on. Just because you watch him falling upstairs, come on. Don't trust your life. Those are cheap fakes. Those are deep fakes. You're pulling that shit on us?
Yes, he's pulling that shit on us, Baron.
I almost broke the rule. I didn't do it.
I appreciate
Mike,
it.
close.
I know.
You too, Mark Hammer.
I'm going to use a southern saying. Kiss my grits,
Kiss my grits.
David.
Bite my shining metal ass, as we see in the robot world. Bending Rodriguez. There, quoted him for you guys. Okay, that does sound annoying. 8 out of 10 misconceptions. It's one level of irritation when someone with absolutely no background in your field makes a wild assumption. But it's always way worse when someone believes they know just enough to tell you how it's done. When your favorite game is missing a feature that you believe should be there by now, there's always that one guy who gets 5,000 upvotes on Reddit with a post titled,
Hey, David?
Yeah.
Then explain to me why a game that's taken 3, 4, or 5 years, because some games do take that long nowadays, from development beginnings to actual release to come out. Why is it during that period of time when games are released, they still have problems and they require patch upon patch upon patch, and even the patch doesn't fix the problem? I'm looking at Gotham Knights for that one.
Sometimes, dare I say, the patch makes it worse.
Yep, that's what it did for Gotham Knights. A 50 gigabyte patch made the game worse. It crashed more than it was already. It stuttered more than it was already.
So you think it sucked before? Hold my beer. There you go. You're happy now, people?
Hold my soy latte. More like it.
There you go. Soy latte. There we go. You see, you're more on the game than I am. That's why you're the host. So there's always that one guy who gets 5,000 upvotes on Reddit with a post title, as a game developer, don't let them fool you. This should be easy as hell. Maybe that guy is a game developer, and you're looking your nose down on him because he's an indie developer.
Well, he's got his nose so far up his ass that he can't see straight. He can't even look at what the person's saying and go, maybe he's coming at it from the perspective of an independent gamer developer, like you're saying, and he's talking about what his company's had to deal with a very, very drastic, percentage of staff, very small staff compared to these large AAA studios.
Right, exactly. This guy has his head so far up his ass, he's coming out of his own mouth. That's I'd like to sit back and say. Similarly, Helldivers 2 and Pal World devs had some words for fans who intuitively believe that big features can be made within days or weeks when they actually take months. The whole feature's background with quotes like that. So make sure to check out the full thing over at Game Radar. No, thank you. I don't want to. Because I already see this. No, I don't want to go to a fucking pity party, which this is. Excuse me. 5,000 upvotes. There's a reason why. They're playing your game, and it sucks. And there should be something easy. There's enough stuff that's come in, I'm sure, with bug reports, because you can do it. You can still do it with Space Marine 2. You can do it with all these other. You can do it with these indie games. You got a bug report, send it to us. Why? We want to fix it. If we know where the problem is, we can go in and get a DLC patch out.
I would bring up something. Helldivers 2. Remember how excited we were to play that?
Oh, hell yeah.
We actually got to play it a couple times last year.
Yeah,
And then
loved it.
they released an update
Oh God.
shortly after we played it. And what happened with that update with Helldivers 2? Some
Yeah,
of us weren't able to connect to games to play with our
I wonder who that
friends.
could be. Mike, I wonder who that could be.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's someone a few weeks ago was finally able to connect to a game with some friends, and I'm talking about Duz, I'm talking about Yoron, I'm talking about Wolverine Snicket, and actually play a game for the first time in over a fucking year.
Mm-hmm.
A fucking year it took them to put in a patch to fix the damn game so other players like myself can get into the damn game that they purchased, and it was far too long between the time of purchase and the time the patch was finally released, and also between the time of purchase and the hours that were already put into the game to even get a refund.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It shouldn't take a full fucking year, developers, for someone to get back into a game because you fucked something up.
But Mike, you don't understand. You're not a dev. What, how dare you
No,
say?
I'm a paying customer
Mm-hmm.
who pays for a game and his machine meets the specs
Mm-hmm.
and has gotten into a couple of games before this patch came out last year.
Mm-hmm.
You and I played a game together, just us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got our asses handed to us, but we still played a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I mean,
we tried on an edition of Pop Talk to make it a Helldivers 2 edition of Pop Talk. Couldn't get connected. We tried on the Phantom Hooligans, Cash's channel, for a Friday night stream. Still couldn't get connected. It was
Oh, we
either
were
I
like that
couldn't
too.
get connected, you couldn't get connected, or Cash couldn't get connected. We might be able to connect to Cash and you, but I tried to get in, couldn't get connected. Or even when we did get connected, which was very seldom, mind you, we would get into the loading screen where we're going down to the planet, and that would just keep repeating over and over and over again because, excuse me, because you, the developers, the arrogant, narcissistic developers who have your heads up your ass, fucked your own game up.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting to get that off my chest.
I'm surprised it took this long. Well, I mean, just take a look at some of these comments that they put in here. Jeremy from a day ago goes, "Most people that walk in a restaurant aren't gourmet chefs. They expect to pay for a great meal and don't care how it's made. I don't care about game developers, their lives, how hard their jobs are, or any of that. Buy and install a game to have a great experience. It's their chosen job to deliver that. How hard it is doesn't concern me in the slightest. I've done 2 of the 4 hardest jobs in the world, and it wasn't a quest for understanding. I did them because I liked the challenge, and I was great at them because I cared. Bingo. Or Ethan,
That
imagine.
that's the problem with a lot of game companies, a lot of game developers. They
Mhm.
don't care.
Right.
And the ones that do are usually the independents.
Right. Which is why I've been going more independent games because they're so much fun and they care. I mean, yeah, it might not have all the big flashy stuff the big ones have, but you have a game. Like Ethan, 2 days ago. Imagine Ford releases a crappy new sedan that everyone hates, then whining that customers shouldn't say bad things about it because they have no idea how hard it is to make a car.
Mhm.
You don't
Huh.
have to know how to make a product, how a product is made to know it's a bad product. A lot of modern game devs just lack professionalism, and that's just it.
And hello, Padawannabe. I'm not ignoring
Oh,
you,
hi, Padawan.
brother.
I am.
I'm just on a rant, brother. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you.
Oh, enjoy it, man. Enjoy his rant. I always do.
And the Padawannabe says Power World has come a super long way in its last year. I think it keeps getting better and more refined for sure. Yeah, and that's all well and good if the developer is serious about improving their game, especially when they have Nintendo coming after them. But when you have these game developers who act like they're high and mighty, going, "Oh, gamers don't understand what we go through making these games."
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are a lot of gamers who do understand what it takes to develop a game and what is required to make that game successful. You want a Concorde on your hand? Fine.
Yeah.
Have a fucking Concorde on your hand. Lose money.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's also like I way back in the day when I was doing things on my channel about the one comic book artist who's whining and bitching that they're not in customer service. It's like, no, you are. You got these guys are on these people that are in. Oh God, I'm sounding like Cash now. These people are on the same thing. It's like, how dare you question us? We're not in customer service. We're not here making these games for you. Yes, you are.
Yes,
You
you
listen
are.
to us.
You are making the games for us because we are the ones who purchase your game. Without us purchasing your game, you lose your jobs. Again, previous example, Concord. Look at them. They've lost money. Dragon Age the Veilguard lost money.
Mm-hmm. Despite what they want to try to say. Man, it's doing so much better than Doom. Bullshit.
So, give me a fucking break.
The thing is right there. It's like, and the thing is a lot of people, when they sit back and say what's wrong, they explain what is wrong. It's like when I put my review. Yeah, I put a neck downvote view on Helldiver. You want here? You know, let me see if I can find my Helldiver one. I will read what my review is on there to everybody, and you can ask. You can tell me. Am I out of? Am I out of line with this? So I did this review. What was it? About the time that you were having your problems, Mike. So about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I start off. I'm not going to lie. This game rocks, except for the fact of server connection issues members of my team have. When you are unable to have the great game experience because of this, the devs must fix this. When this changes, then I will give thumbs up. Until then, please go with caution. Okay, I explained what was wrong. I was not nasty. Was there anything in there that I was nasty about?
No. You were
But they
calm,
would say-
cool, collective. You said why you're not going to give this game an upvote.
Mm-hmm.
You said
And
what needs to happen for you to eventually give the game an upvote.
Yeah, like I said, I will give it an upvote when I know this is fixed. I already said this is great. This is a great game. This is wonderful. But if you're dropping $60 for this freaking game and can't get into it, then what good is it? It's like, imagine a Ford with a crappy new sedan and everybody hates it. Well, what are you going to do? Blame us all for not buying your crap?
Of course, that's what Hollywood does when their movie fails. Oh, our movie failed. Well, it's because of you.
Right.
Well, maybe your movie looked like shit to begin with. We saw the trailer and went, hell no, I'm not spending my money on this shit.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm in awe of people who do these games, a lot of these games, because it's like, you're having to plot all this. You got to plot multiple endings sometimes, different directions. Whoever the story person who's trying to do that story has, I can't imagine doing that job. And then, of course, you got the rest of the team in there. But we know that this gets polluted. They bring in people like Sweet Baby Inc. that comes in and fills up the story. You can still have a game that has great mechanics.
You gotta make sure you include somebody who's this, and this. And then you gotta put this in. And then your game will be approved.
What you need to do is have to make sure that we have an execution scene because someone misgendered somebody. Okay? Even if it's one of the characters the players are playing.
You gotta make sure somebody talks down to someone who just misrepresented that character. I don't want real life in my fucking video games. That's why I play games. To escape real life. If I want to deal with real life, guess what? I'll deal with it.
That's
But
why
when
I
I
like
play a
Warhammer.
game, excuse me, especially Doom: The Dark Ages, I want to blow some shit up.
Right. If I'm playing Antifa the game, then I expect all this crap. If I'm playing Space Marines, point me in the direction I got to kill something. End the game, YouTube. Hi, Jake.
And it's good to see Jace. Jace, how you doing, brother?
Crazy Norwegian. I mean, we are the customers. You promise us something. You fail to deliver what you're promising on, and then you get mad that we call you up on it.
I mean,
That is the laziest BS there is out there.
look at this comment right here, 4 days ago. This is such a frequent theme. Game devs complaining that nobody understands that their jobs are super hard and their customers are so mean. Why? Because we pay money and we expect to get what we paid for? Especially at $70 a pop now?
Soon to be 100.
Yeah.
Mark my words. GTA 6 going to be one bill base game.
Yep.
Because they expect more than they can deliver. Grow up. Everybody's job is hard. Yes, exactly. That's just it.
Yeah.
I know their job is hard. But I also know that they're smart in that area. They're smarter than me. That's why they're doing that job. That's why I appreciate that. Just don't screw me. That's all I say. Just don't screw me. Are you going to be good fellas?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean by Goodfellas. But this person jumped up and says, agreed. I know many developers who have come from much higher paying jobs outside the industry to work on games because they really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I still do work in the industry, and I'm sorry to hear you managed to find yourself in such studios. I have never encountered a dev that was lazy or didn't care. Not being skilled enough happens. Mistakes happen. Scope creep happens. Bad decisions happen. All kinds of issues crop up, but laziness and apathy have been incredibly rare. And I wish more devs were as overpaid as many of the industry executives. Well, think about it. The industry executives, they're the ones that get all the perks, all the money, all the vacation time, this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, you got your developers who are working hard 7 days a week.
Right.
To get a game out, and then you have something like, I don't know, Grand Theft Auto 6 was supposed to come out this year, and now it's been delayed. I wonder why. Maybe too much DEI?
Yeah. They
Sweet
got fix
Baby
some stuff
Inc.
here. $2 billion.
$2
$2
billion just to develop the game.
That's with a B. I mean, I brought this up. Here's Contraband Police, right? Nice little indie. This is out of Norway, actually. At least the company is based out there. But look at that. Yesterday, small update. Why? They need to do a patch because there's an issue. Oh, a small patch update on the 14th. A patch on the December 10th. A small patch on the 25th of November. Look at patch. Why? Because there were issues that were coming across that we, the players, were letting them know. So each patch is them listening to us.
You know what? There's another developer, an independent developer, with a game that is fun with friends, and it's Repo.
I haven't played that yet.
And they have been doing updates. They're going to be adding things to the game, but they also encourage the player base to add their own mods to the game if they wish.
Right. Police Simulator, the same thing, right? Here we go. Boom. We have, we had a hotfix 1 and 2 update. That was on the 22nd. Of course, now I was telling you about all the wonderful things that are coming in, some of which are free tool updates and such. Some are, if you want a little bit more off it, you have to pay. More updates. They're letting us know what's going on. But as it goes along, there's a patch there. You got a patch. There's a patch. There's a patch. Fixing bugs. They're fixing bugs and adding more content. Fixed several spelling mistakes in the German translation. Fix clipping not working correctly in Callahan Alley. Fix grass popping up through the pavement in several areas. I mean, that's small a thing, and they're fixing it. That's a small
Because they
thing.
care. Because they care.
You
They
know,
want people to play their game.
fix rear view mirror showing back seat instead of the view through the rear glass. How small a thing is that? And look, they did that. NPC fix wanted suspect being able to walk in an unreachable area in Beaufort Landing. Fix pathfinding of NPC being broken at way stations. I mean, little things, right? But each one of these affects the game somehow in your gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And they're small. Boom, what are they doing? They're fixing this. Look at that. DLC fix multiple cars not unlocking correctly. Each one of those that they're showing is player feedback on this. Why aren't they getting their noses out of joint? They want this stuff. And then while you're at it, we got the Steam Workshop over here. Guess what that is? Well, basically, it's modding. You want a skin? Alternate skins on the cars, as long as you got the DLC that goes on the cars if they got one. I mean, they have a whole slew of stuff. How friendly is that? So they invite you to play in their sandbox. And they listen to the player and fix it. I don't want to hear what this little scum-sucking
Twat
piece
waffle.
of crap, yeah, twat waffle is saying. If these small developers can do that because they know where the problem is, if they're told, oh, you got a problem there, or, yeah, we just discovered that ourselves. Thanks for pointing it out. We're taking care of it. Yeah, it might take a week or something.
You know what? Even if they didn't know it, you bring it to their attention, they'll take a look at it and say, okay, give us time to fix it, and we'll fix it.
Right.
And usually they do. And I do want to say hello to Prismatic, so I hope you're doing well, brother.
It's Priz. Look at this. Here is Dark Tide, right? And of course, they're promoting the R-Bytes. On the 26th, hot fix with patch notes. Look at that. We fixed a crash occurrence that's happening. We fixed this crash occurrence. Let's face it, crash occurrences are a major thing in the game. What is that? Is this a Fat Shark that does this one? Look at that. They're listening to what we're saying. Fixed instances where sound emitted from Nurgle Totem would stop during high-intensity moments. That's an atmospheric thing, but still, they found it important enough to fix. Of course, they're telling us about the R-Bytes coming. I am the law. But, well, let's get out of here. But here's another hot fix note. That was on the 20th. So between the 26th and the 20th, you had two hot fixes because people are bringing this stuff to them. And they're not getting those. April 16th. April 1st. Ha ha! Look at all that they fixed on that day. Cosmetics. Fixes and tweaks. General fixes. Of course, I can't go back further if I hit this one, but I don't think I need to. If these guys
I would show something as well. Lollipop Chainsaw came out in September. And look.
Yeah.
Back on April 14th, version 1.1 was released. And two bug fixes. Fix an issue where unnatural voice messages were played after defeating a female police officer in stage 1.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at this. Fix an issue where the voice of Monica event was playing in stage 1. So they keep going back to the game and they keep fixing it because they notice that there are problems, there are issues. It's because they care.
And
the developers of this game care.
Right. And when we play these games, have we really bitched a lot? No. We do point out something, oh, we have an issue here. Or we have an issue where we got kicked off with something. And yeah, it's a frustrating thing, but they fix it. We never had problems with Dark Tide, major issues. We never had issues with Vermintide 2, majorly, except for dwarves. Same thing with, I haven't had problems with Space Marine. I can't. Two, I can't say about you guys. We didn't have problems. We did Space Marine together.
But you know what Cash and I have both had a problem with, and we both
Me.
tried to play it recently. No,
Hmm.
not you.
We always have a problem with you, Baron. Dang it.
No.
Come on.
No, I'm being.
Oh, by the way,
I'm being
Cash, respect the otter.
I'm being
I love
absolutely
otters, my brother.
serious here. It's My Hero Academia One's Justice 2. Cash
Yeah.
and I have both been having issues trying to get the game to load.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Even before the show, I had an issue. I saw that it was on sale for $5, so
Ooh.
I bought Double Dragon Neon.
Oh, cool.
Tried to play it real quick. Nope. Nothing.
that's stupid because it works on Game Pass just fine. That's so
I know.
So dumb.
Oh, rub it in, Catch. Just rub it in.
No, he can just. I think he can still play it on Game Pass, but it's just stupid.
I know.
And the funny thing is,
my system's only 2 years old.
I know
that game, Double Dragon Neon, that came out 11 years ago.
I know. And it's just they don't update the stuff for modern some of these games, but yet KOTOR is even older, and that works fine.
Yeah, it
It's
runs
retarded.
just fine.
Stupid.
Half-Life runs on my machine.
Yes, it will always run on the machine. Val will make sure those games will always updated. That's why it's like, hey Val, maybe you got to start making some more games, guys. Don't worry about some of this stuff. Like they made one like a shooter recently, but make some more stuff. Bring us Left 4 Dead 3, man. That was one of the best, not only zombie games, but just like the conversations and everything. So much greatness going there.
I mean, like
Multiplayer.
Contractville just went full live from its early access stage. And yeah, when you're playing early access, you're expecting there to be whatever. That's where you send your freaking feedback to them so they try to fix it. So I was playing it the other day, Contractville, because it's the full one. It's like, yeah, it's running a lot smoother. Graphics, they change graphics in certain areas, makes it look nicer and all that. I'm not having any complaints, but I know that, if there is something, you send it to them, they'll do something about it. Because they're serious.
And real quick, I do want to acknowledge somebody who has just come into the chat, and he's also donated a $1 super chat.
There are some who call me Tim.
I'd buy that for $1.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that $1 super chat. That's enough to buy a small piece of dilithium to keep the warp core going.
Yay.
You just be able to buy a bottle of pop for that.
So here's what I found out, Mike, about the game. Bandai Namco has, once you make an account on there, you can use their 24/7 chat service. And
I don't want to have to make another account for a game I bought.
I know.
Steam.
It's annoying, dude.
It's just like Ubisoft, Cash.
I know.
With
It's
Recon.
Stupid.
I shouldn't have to make a separate account to play a fucking game.
No, you shouldn't, man. It's dumb. I'm not going to say it isn't. It's really stupid.
I shouldn't have to sign into another service to play a fucking game
it's
when
fucking
I purchased
annoying.
the game on
Right.
Steam.
Exactly. It's really annoying. Right?
That's right. I am fired up tonight.
No, it's dumb because like games. So I don't know what they're going to do. And so now I need to send them my specs because some of these games don't work yet. It works on other stuff. It's just crazy. And it's not Windows 11, I found out, but it's something to do with Intel. Well, then fix this shit.
Yeah.
Well, then Intel needs to release a patch update for their processor so it recognizes the game and it will allow the game to be played. You want to know what the message I got with Double Dragon Neon? One of the files that it downloaded was supposedly missing.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you.
How the fuck does that happen?
I'll tell you guys this also. Talisman, Nomad Games wrote me back and said, "Oh, well, yeah, you didn't because this is what happens. Sometimes you don't play these games for a while and maybe even a few years, and you're like, oh, I want to come back and play this, and they're like, oh, well, we don't have that deal anymore with this account, but you have to make like another account." from our thing, and then we'll transfer your data. It's like on and on and on, man, all fucking day long. Yeah, some people
All
miss
these
that
hoops
stuff.
that you have to jump through
Ay,
just to play a
ah,
game that you've already purchased,
Mhm.
or in some
dude,
cases, were gifted.
when I installed the Crisis trilogy, I had to go through hoops just to get those free games for my dad on his laptop because they were like, oh well, you got to sign up for an account, then you got to do this, then install Epic Games, and it's like, for fuck's sakes, man, what are we fucking doing here?
It's almost bad as streaming services.
It is. It's like, oh, you
I-
want
I'm-
like the streaming service? Oh, okay. Well, you're going to be forced to have this category and this. Oh, but you don't have to watch. That's fine. We're going to raise prices because we feel we're very superior. At least that's how they act. It's just it's dumb. All this
Well,
stuff is
have you
dumb.
heard about Google's new AI, where you can actually
No.
create AI videos with voice,
Oh,
but it's going to cost you a hefty price.
oh, of course it is.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I like their AI overview when I do a search. I was like, wow, that's good information. All right, guys, you're useful here and there. That's good.
I'm gonna make an AI me so I don't have to be here, but I'm still here.
Well, what if I made an AI me?
That's right. You could.
Well, you know what? At
Paradise.
least the AI me wouldn't stop and stutter as he's speaking. That would be one benefit.
No, you gotta make sure
Uh,
it does do that. Then we know it's really you, or think it's.
Eh. No, it's we've gone in some ways in technology we've gone backwards. So look at the whole thing with Jedi Survivor. Okay, I understand other people's point. I don't care about Cal Kestis. I understand people like Jace and other people. I don't care. I get that. I do. But if you buy this game, especially if people are like, "Oh, I'm going to buy this for $70 digitally," then the fucking game should work. It's just
Yeah.
on pretty much, and I get it. Like, oh, systems are. Oh, I didn't have any problems. Well, good for you. I'm glad, but you need a pretty powerful fucking system to run fucking Jedi Survivor because of Unreal Engine 5 and shit. Yet Space Marine said, "We know you guys have old computers. We know people still have old computers. We made our own engine. Guess what? Oh, you got a 1080 Ti? You can still run that game quite well.
Well, what
We
about
made our
Marvel
engine.
Rivals
Whatever.
Yeah, we made our
giving
own
you
engine.
the option
Mhm.
for the processing and graphics card that I
Mhm.
told you about, and you tried it? Did it work?
No.
Did someone say Space Marine?
For the Emperor!
I'm just saying that
For the
what
Emperor!
why
Space Marines attack!
why is Val so impressive? Because like you can get those things to even run on a potato. I mean, it's an older game, but they keep updating it.
Wow.
That's maybe because some of these game devs are potatoes.
I should try that sometime. Just grab a potato and try to
Right.
install a game on it.
I got the iPotato system OS 4 on there. Yeah.
Yeah, and hello, lady man.
Yeah, I've got the 486 potato. and Tim says
I
he
got
had the
Bella
NES
Ramsey
top.
potato.
He had the NES top loader that came out in the 90s, and he played all the games, and they still worked. Yeah, they probably worked better on the top loader because you didn't have to put the cartridge into the NES and then push it down and then hope that it wouldn't be blinking and then
This
blow
is
into the
why
cartridge.
this is why I
2600.
think people go ahead, Baron.
I just went way up there, 2600.
It's just like, do we want, as human beings, we're in 2025 now, do we want to keep going in a better direction or do we want to go backwards?
Of course, we want to keep going forward. We don't
Exactly.
want to keep
But the
going
problem
back.
is,
The problem with society nowadays
yes,
is you keep wanting to
acceptance.
regress instead of
Yes,
moving forward.
yes, exactly. We
Well,
that's why
it's worse than
unfortunately
that. It's worse than that. People are wanting to reach for mediocrity.
they
They
do
don't even want to
all
go
the time.
backwards. They just want to do the less possible and the biggest reward.
Yep, they want
Big game guys that whining in that article is all about. But yet we
yes.
see these small ones, and some of these companies have like maybe 10 people working there.
Yep.
Excuse me. Or in sorry.
In other cases, it could be one guy developing the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
like Stardew Valley. One dude,
Mm-hmm.
one guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been having problems streaming games the last few weeks. You know what
Yeah.
I did? I took the
Right.
time to try to fix those problems, and so far, knock on wood, so far, I'm not getting too excited yet. But with 2 streams, they've gone very well. I haven't gotten any messages from anybody saying that it's buffering.
Nice.
So far, so good. And yeah, you could look it up online on what to do. I had to figure it out myself.
Yep.
Mhm.
With all this money that people
What?
want to spend on
But
stuff, go ahead.
all I was gonna say, if I didn't care about the quality of my stream, if I wanted to keep it as pixelated and buffered as it was, and you know, everybody's seeing maybe a still image like there was for one stream, I would have just kept the settings as they were. But no, because it bugged me, and I know it bugged people that were trying to watch. I took the effort to try to smooth it out and fix it.
That's what you got to do.
Because I give a shit.
That's right.
Sorry,
Well,
not sorry for giving a shit.
it's kind of funny. A game Myth Force costing $30, right?
$30.
When it's unless you go for a sale, right?
Yeah.
And I just went. I need to re-download it on there, but I'm just taking a look at May 12th. They had a patch. May 1st, they had a patch, and they're addressing it. This is the Myth Force beta update patch.
Yeah, I
that we
gotta
got
update
here on
that.
this. We got this live play test patch. We got this patch. Every time I see a patch, it makes my heart warm because it means that these people are caring.
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, I wish
And
they
that
put
there's still
more-
interest in the game too.
The developers say that they want to add some more stuff. I remember reading this a while back before they add some more story. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I hope they do more story on there. But the fact that they're doing, just take a look at this one. It's a pretty big list where they fixed this. Continuity issues, streaming issues, door placement issues, fixed flawless victory quest. These are major things, but obviously this came from people because, well, then again, this is a beta thing that they're working on that one. Obviously, they're taking everybody's concerns to heart.
Yes.
Why do these people care and you don't? And all you can do is insult us.
Because that's what they want to do all the time. They want to insult
Right.
people. It's like that's
What?
Yeah, you're being mean because you're criticizing my game. Well, geez, I don't know about you guys, but when I got a report card and I saw what grade I got, I did ask my teacher, okay, what can I do better?
Well,
Yes.
I just had my guys talk to the mailman.
Make sure whenever you see a report card, you do not put it in the mailbox.
Oh man, it's funny.
And Old Gamer 72 Cutlass, good to see you this evening, says, I'm excited for the Cash Baron Elden Ring seamless co-op stream.
We could do that if Baron wants to do the training. I don't know if he'll like that kind of combat. It can be brutal, man.
Well,
But
it's also pricey. It's like
yeah, it is, dude. Yeah,
I cannot go out there and
yes, Tim.
I really cannot. Just a second here. For some reason, I was playing the Myth Force. I cannot right now justify dropping $60 right now in the game.
I can understand.
Maybe down the road, maybe.
Yeah,
but
that's fine. Yeah, if you decide to do that, I'll get Elden Ring finally. It's fine.
Yeah,
We'll play
why
the
is this
co-op.
I don't want autoplay. It keeps on autoplaying the stupid movies. It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, it's just there's just things that are frustrating. And the funny thing is that people, if they decide to sail the high seas, and I'm only going to phrase it like that, they can usually get better quality, which is pathetic. But
You're part of the
even
problem. Okay.
I know, right? Maybe I can't prove it. Yeah, they can't prove it, Baron. Come on, man.
But you want to know something, old gamer? I'd be down for that co-op challenge too,
Yeah,
Hmm.
that'd be
especially with
cool.
the games I've played.
Yeah, Elden Ring.
You guys
Elden Ring
know.
is not forgiving, but I think it is easier than Bloodborne and Dark Souls a little bit.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I'm just taking a look here. V Rising and Valheim, they're both having fixes.
Mhm.
We got this
Yeah.
fixed. We got that fixed. We got this going on for you. Why do they have constant things and pumping us up
Hmm.
by saying it? They say, hey, we got this. We listened to you and we're taking care of this issue.
Yeah.
Why aren't they insulting me? I mean, how dare Iron Gate and Coffee Stain Publishing, how dare they take my criticism serious and not whine and bitch about it? They got it wrong. That's not how you do it. You're supposed to insult me.
Yeah. Right. Well,
Well,
even the
who does
people who are
V
making.
Rising?
I mean, look, there was even some problems with Indiana Jones that turned out well. Is that a
Yeah.
$70 game? I'm still not sure about that.
I don't think it's a $70 game. I
I,
wouldn't pay $70
I,
for the
I
game. That's
know.
why I played it on Game Pass.
I know. Even some people said Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is probably worth $70. I'm like, maybe. I don't know about
It's hard
that.
for me to justify. I wait for sales.
I'm
And
not
I
sure
can wait.
about
I
that.
can
I
wait.
mean,
I can wait.
Square Enix was nice enough to say, "Oh, it's coming out on Steam. Well, we're gonna sell it to you guys for 48." Wow, really? That cheap? Okay.
and Tim, as far as the watch parties for July are concerned, here's what I do have on the docket for July.
Uh-oh.
Wednesday, July 2nd, Back to the Future for its 40th anniversary.
Woohoo!
And then, because it's July 4th weekend, on July 6th, Sunday, July 6th, we're watching Top Gun Maverick.
Ooh,
Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-da-da.
And
great movie.
and then I was thinking for the 16th, we watched The Hunt for Red October.
Great movie.
That's where my mind was going.
Better than my mind.
I don't know if there's going to be a fourth movie or not. I know for June, I will let you all actually see what's on the docket for June, since we're talking watch parties at the moment. Let me just bring it up. Da, 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 da.
Love it.
All right, just gotta wait.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bum, bum. Da-da-da, bum.
Since we're talking watch parties, these are the movies I have basically decided upon for next month. Let me share my screen.
Ooh, hello. Oh, there we go.
All right, so this coming Sunday, Wayne's World, party time, excellent. Do 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 do. Swing.
No, that you got the name wrong. It's Ed O'Neill and Wayne's World.
So that's coming up this Sunday, and then on the 11th of next month. Excuse me while I whip this out.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Gosh, I haven't seen Blazing Saddles in a long time. I'll definitely be there for that one.
Where are the white women at?
We're watching Blazing Saddles, and then you see there the following Wednesday on the 18th, Heavy Metal, baby.
I don't think I've ever watched any of that movie, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, it's gonna blow your mind, man.
Yeah, you're gonna like it, Cash. Great music, great stories.
Yeah, go get your special delivery at Fullerton first, and then go and pop a couple of that, and then we can watch it with us. And you'll have an experience, man. Because it's your one-way ticket to midnight.
I don't think I've ever been to Fullerton, Baron. It just cracks me up. I can place myself in my mind, but I'm like, no, I don't think that it would go as like Baron thinks it would. That I would be in jail. Hey, how you guys doing? Is Fullerton really that bad? I'm gonna have to look at it.
I don't know how bad. I just know that they were on patrol, and Fullerton was near enough to you. I thought, it's good to tweak you with that one. I don't know how bad Fullerton is, or what Fullerton is
how
like.
you cops doing? How's it going?
Hey, it's Cash walks in. It's like Norm. Cash.
That's right.
Everybody.
All the cops, all the prisoners, everybody is like, "Hey, Cash! How's the road treating you, Cash?"
I do want to say hello to a few people who have just rolled in. Lowspec has rated the stream, so I want to thank Lowspec for rating the stream over on the Rumble side.
I figured, yeah.
He's a good
Very
guy.
nice. Yeah, he is.
Despite what Tim is, he's a good guy.
I also want to say hello to a couple other people that have come in. It's MGM Studios and also Fight Like Hell 93.
Nice.
Over on the Rumble side. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And also, not to ignore the YouTube side, I'm not going to ignore this gentleman right here. Who's Wolverine? I'm Wolverine! He knows what I'm talking about. But yes, these are the movies that we'll be watching in June. Of course, this Sunday, Wayne's World, like I said. And then in July, like I've mentioned, Back to the Future. We'll be watching on the 2nd, then on the 6th, Top Gun Maverick. And then on the 18th, The Hunt for Red October. Although, I could add another movie, and 8 Man Out could be on that list.
Great movie. Great cast.
See. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So let me just close that out. And Cash, since you are now here, and this is one of the articles that you
Woohoo!
picked
By
out.
the way, I raised the flag just for Cash, by the way.
Woohoo!
That's fine, that's fine.
Avasti mighties.
There you go. You're going to read that article. I'll bring it up on the screen. You're going to read that article.
Or else.
Shut up. Yes.
Oh.
Tim!
Tim.
I'll tell you, that boy ain't right. Tell you what?
Can you imagine Cleavon Little being Doc Brown?
Marty, you gotta go back in time and make sure your parents meet each other. Yeah, and Gene Wilder is Marty. I don't know, Doc. You sure that's wise?
Okay, so
hold on. I gotta do the transition. Don't start reading yet before I do the transition.
About Doc Brown.
No, I wasn't. It's good.
I swear, this guy, this guy, I swear.
Well, Baron already annoyed you a little bit earlier, so you know.
How did I annoy him?
Wait, he didn't annoy me. Fake news. It's fake news.
I don't know about that. Okay, so we got an article here from WCCF Tech. Now, what you need to know about WCCF Tech is if you decide to make comments on here, if you decide they are very, they can't stop talking about the Orange Man. They just can't.
Mike, you actually played the wrong clip going to this article. This is
oh no.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Okay, now we're ready for the.
We haven't had Cash on in a while, so what am I supposed to
do? He started off right away with.
You know what really grinds my gears?
He always starts off with.
Oh,
you know
no,
really grinds my gears.
No, it's just the funny thing about it is WCCF Tech is pretty. They're pretty good about not censoring people in comments, and I've known about this site for a few years now, but I think this is, what did they say, a French-Canadian site, which explains a lot. Yeah, I went there. But I know, right? They've got, I'm sure you know, just like a lot of these websites, they've got Orange Man syndrome, so we'll just leave it at that.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
The ignorant. Yes, they are. But they've got some good articles too. So I do recommend this site. I do find some good stuff on here. So can't say everything's bad about WCC Tech.
No, because when
No.
you put the PC Gamer article in the
Yeah.
Discord group and this one,
Yeah.
I looked at it. I said, "Yeah,
Some good stuff. They just the thing is WCCF Tech, just like PC Gamer, IGN, all of them. They've got, of course, they've all been taken over, unfortunately, by left wing lunatics, or at least sometimes it feels that way. So they will attack people in their articles. WCCF Tech isn't as bad, but anytime they put out an article, especially recently about the Orange Man, and they've got 2 or 3 people who usually do that, you're like, you guys got issues.
He's taking longer with this than actually reading the freaking article.
That's right. Okay, so moving on to the article. You're funny, Baron. Be quiet. Be quiet,
true.
Baron. All right, but I just wanted to give people a background on the CCF Tech in case they ever want to check it out. Okay, so Final Fantasy VII Rebirth new mod introduces new challenging VR simulator battles featuring story bosses, other powerful enemies. Well, that's cool. All right. All right, so a new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth mod now available for download introduces new content for the VR simulator, giving players an easy way not only to challenge their skills, but to also fight story bosses again without having to play through the entire chapters again. Wow. Okay, that's nice. I guess. I don't know if you guys are really interested in VR or really gotten into VR.
I've never used.
I
VR.
haven't had any interest in getting a VR headset or anything."
I wouldn't mind trying it. I just never have tried it. It'd just be interesting to know what it's like.
Yeah. No, I think it would. Well, I tried the PlayStation VR a few years ago, and it's like, hey, it didn't give me migraines or headaches. This is great. So they're making improvements.
Don't get me wrong. When that
They're
was
making
out, I
improvements.
was tempted to get one, but then I got to thinking about it. How often are you actually going to use it?
Yeah, that's the other problem, I think, with those things. And that's why I still say they're somewhat of a gimmick. They're pretty cool, but I think they're still somewhat of a gimmick. I don't think playing hours and hours on VR would be good. I mean, maybe VR, maybe Half-Life Alyx on VR would be obviously a lot of fun. But
You'd have to take a break.
Yeah,
You would definitely have to take
so.
a break.
Some people, of course, have done VR streams, and I've seen them use it for maybe 30 minutes or more, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody on VR chat use it for like a few hours.
There's some of those adult games.
And we know where Baron's mind.
Yes,
will
Baron's mind it's gone now. Okay, so continue.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of which, you should
Yep.
check the Discord because Cash posted a game that you might like.
Oh yeah, I did.
Really?
I did.
It's a fighting game.
It is, yes. I thought
I can bring it up here in just a bit. It's not anything
Yeah.
bad.
Okay.
No,
I'm
it's not.
looking in the Discord. I was like, what game? I
So
put
You
it.
gotta scroll up. You gotta scroll up.
Okay.
the VR simulator overhaul mod developed by NSK01 and now available for download from Nexus Mods, communists. I mean, not communists. Overhauls the VR simulator to introduce new challenging fights, which also include, as mentioned, story bosses. As some of these battles can be very challenging, the creator of the mod suggests taking them on a normal or dynamic difficulty and without any mod that increases enemy HP or damage values to preserve balance. Okay. Together with the packed version, excuse me. The modder also re-release an unpacked version to allow users to create their own challenges. Own challenges.
Ooh,
Some of these
I got
included,
right.
Some of these included in the mod that can be checked out in the videos below. We won't watch those videos unless you guys really want to.
No.
Since its release on PC earlier this year, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has expanded considerably thanks to the dedication and hard work of the modders, of course, who have implemented some highly requested features, such as the ability to add characters not normally available to the party, like Zack and Sephiroth. The ability to change character outfits, of course, sweet, and weapons dynamically, and even change character outfits and weapons dynamically, and new what is this? And even new playable characters like the Turks, Rude, and Reno. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look into that.
I don't know.
I don't know what
You're asking the wrong person.
yeah. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is now available on PC and PlayStation 5 worldwide. You can learn more about the second entry in the remake trilogy by checking out Kai's glowing review. So, yeah. And nobody made comments on that one. Nobody cares.
They're like, oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
But no,
That's right.
It's pretty
I
cool.
said, I ain't giving you no
yeah,
free
that's
video
pretty cool.
goddamn long
People
this
can
month
do
now.
that.
Get your own goddamn money.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted, though, about Nexus mods. They like to play their games and stuff and act like
Yeah, they do.
Oh, hell
They definitely do.
they're a bunch of assholes at times with their modding and so on. This
What?
mod is not acceptable, and so other sites have to find these mods. Yeah, they don't like certain ones that are censored and this and that, and so on and so forth. I also found out recently, and speaking of that, Oblivion, a woman put out a video recently that a friend of mine sent to me that they changed the outfits because they looked too sexy in the old Oblivion game, and they changed them, and the women are covered up more in the remake, which I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
I'm too sexy for my game.
That's right. Somebody
For
was
my
showing leg. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is just what what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
I'm a gamer. I look like a potato. I play my
Woohoo!
games all day and night. I'm too sexy for my joystick. Too sexy for my joystick. What? Sorry, where did that come from?
Okay, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Uh,
But anyways, Bear, the game's called Maiden Cops.
Woo! Maiden Cops?
Maiden Cops.
Yeah, let's say it. Maiden Cops. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I'm looking. Oh, there it is. Okay, he's got so many stuff he puts in there. It's our PC man. Ooh, hello. What does
And
one look like? She's got cow horns on her and a cowbell.
I don't know, Baron. I've never heard of the game before, Cash.
Well, the
link in
question's
there.
for him. The question's for him. He's the one that put it in there. Arr.
And Fight Like Hell says Nexus mods is the worst.
Yeah.
Can't download mods anymore without an account. Can't create
That's
an
true.
account anymore with an email that isn't on their whitelist.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know
Delete
about
mods
that one.
for being politically incorrect.
Yeah,
I hate Nexus mods so much.
yeah.
I don't blame you.
There's some
How
good
does he really
mods.
feel about it?
There's some good mods on there, but other stuff, it's just like stipulation bullshit. And so there's Mod Banana and some of the other ones that have the mods that are uncensored and so on. And then the drones. The drones make things 1,000 times worse. They go, why can't I'm going to accept this? Like somebody was telling me the other day about Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's like, that game insults Japanese culture, right? I don't care. Okay, great. It doesn't. You're lying. Okay.
Yep, these are the same people that will cry about cultural appropriation.
Always, always.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
It's ignorant.
No, you're ignorant. I still
But
love South Park. It's such a good
It's
job.
hilarious, dude. When they go in the plane and stuff, and they're all going to hell or whatever, I laugh so hard.
Yeah, they're going. Yeah, they're going to the afterlife. Billy
Yep.
Mays is in there. It was actually pretty respectful to Billy Mays in there. It's kind of pointing out what a cultural icon he was.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, he was always selling those products, and they must have been pretty dang good products.
He was just a good pitchman. That's just it.
Absolutely.
He knew how to go out there and do that and not be obnoxious, and people loved him. They might not buy the shit,
right?
But they loved Billy Mays. It was like
He was a great pitchman.
Yeah, The guy he worked with.
Billy Mays here for OxyClean. You got a tough stain? Use
Mhm.
OxyClean.
Yeah, they still show one of the Billy Mays thing of some, I don't know, is it some carpet or something. There's a few. There's at least one of them they're still showing, but yeah, they
better
want to
than
make sure
Sham.
to always honor him, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah.
Anybody remember the Sham Wow?
Yeah, I was gonna say the
Yes,
Shamwell guy.
that guy was kind of weird looking.
Weird looking. It's like he
Yeah.
looked like he lived in a van down by the river with free candy written on the side. Well, he got in trouble. Remember, he did get in trouble for what's it? I think he beat up his girlfriend or something. I can't remember.
Did
Something
he?
like that. Oh
That's
yeah,
crazy, man.
that
Oh my
Shamwell
goodness.
guy. Yeah, it's like
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
well, let's see. Shamwell guy. I'm gonna look for him here.
Yeah, go for it.
And
Shamwell.
Baron,
What?
Made in Cuffs is only $10.
Ooh. Can I be the one with the horns? The guy's name is
I suppose if that's where you're going, that's how you can play.
The guy's name is Vince Offer, by the way. Real name
No.
Vince Shlomi. Let's see. Where was it? Shamwell's Slap Chop. Legal issues. Oh, and a 26-year-old woman of the streets were arrested in Miami Beach after a physical altercation.
What the?
The
Random.
police report stated that the woman had bitten into Offer's tongue and refused to let go, at which point Offer punched her in the face and left her with lacerations and fractures. Police later released photos of the bloodied Offer, hotel room, and battered woman. Prosecutors later declined to file charges against either person. When Offer later spoke of the arrest, he stated, "It probably saved my life."
Wow, that's crazy.
He stalked he was sued by a former assistant who alleged he was stalking and emotionally abusing her back in 2011. He sued Anna Nicole Smith for $4 million.
Wow.
Oh God, the guy was trash.
Wow,
Yeah,
man. The ShamWow dude.
Mhm.
Wow. That's crazy.
And yeah, and no one liked him. It's the fact that he was sort of weird looking dude, But yeah, Billy Mays. I'm sad when Billy Mays went. Billy Mays here for Pop Talk 414.
Well, speaking of sad, we do have a couple of stories that are sad stories because we've
Yeah.
lost two talented individuals.
Very, very much so.
All right, we have this article from CBR about the passing of Peter David. Of course, for those of you who are just joining us earlier, Baron and I showed our books that we have that are written by Peter David, who is known for writing for DC and Marvel Comics, and he also wrote several Star Trek novels.
And I only showed the Babylon 5 ones. I didn't show the others. So, I mean, he's prolific. He hit everything.
Yeah, I think there was something I read about that Mags person who just started trying to slander him and stuff because of a conversation they had in the past. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, he could be abrasive sometimes. Just saying. Especially in his articles, in the articles he had, but I digress. So. That was the name of his article, by the way. I digress.
And thank you for doing that over on X and Rumble. No, I haven't streamed a Kick in quite some time. I haven't streamed a Twitch in quite some time because I've been primarily concentrating on streaming on YouTube and Rumble when it comes to a game stream. And then Pop Talk, it's X, YouTube, and Rumble. And the main reason being is because I wasn't getting anybody over on Twitch and X, not X, but Kick when I would stream over there. So it's like, okay, I won't be streaming over here for a while. I might start up again at some point, but we'll see. Right now, I'm mainly concentrating on the three platforms that I'm on tonight. So this article is by John Dodge, and it was posted just 3 days ago. And it says legendary writer, comic book creator, and Incredible Hulk luminary Peter David, has tragically passed away at the age of 68. Far too young. Far too young. Per a Facebook post from his wife, Kathleen O'Shea, Peter David passed away sometime on the evening of May 24th. Since it is out there, Peter David passed away last night. We are devastated. More than I can write about, she wrote. Peter David is survived by his wife and his 4 children: Caroline, Helen David, Shanna David, Ariel David, and Guinevere, David. Peter David's career in the comic book industry began after he had already established himself as a journalist and author. David worked for multiple years in the sales department at Marvel Comics before finding his way into the publisher's editorial offices. Among David's most well known works are his iconic run on The Incredible Hulk, during which time the acclaimed writer explored the various nuances and differences between the titular character's many personas. David's run on The Incredible Hulk has become one of, if not the most indelible era of the hero's comic book history, and has been largely attributed with offering up the modern definition of the titular character himself. This run earned David an Eisner Award in 1992, which he shared with artist Del Noem for their work on the title. Among David's other accolades are the 1993 Wizard Fan Award and UK Comic Art Award, the 2007 Julia Award for achievements in multiple genres, and the 2011 Glad Media Award for outstanding comic book for his work on X Factor Volume 3. Back in March, a fundraiser was organized by Graham Murphy to raise funds on behalf of Kathleen O'Shea David and in support of Peter himself. Hi, friends. I am restarting a fundraiser for Peter David and his family. Peter's health issues continue to be a challenge. Murphy wrote at the time, he has been in recovery now for 3 years. Peter is steadily improving, even with his kidney disease, minor surgeries, and some recent small strokes. But Medicaid, which had been taking care of his long term disability, has just dropped him. As a result, medical care and living expenses are mounting beyond current control. I've known Peter and his family for many years. They are the nicest, kindest, and most generous people you will ever meet. Let's return some of that kindness and generosity and help them make it through this. And I do recall I was actually talking about this when the
Hmm.
news came out.
Yeah.
And it says the fundraiser ultimately raised over 116,000, though it fell short of the intended 150,000 goal.
Mhm.
We lost a
And I,
giant.
mhm. Yeah,
We
he
lost
was.
a giant.
I didn't see at the time, but when that we read that article, which was not really that long ago,
No, it
I
wasn't.
I was kind of fearful. Oh, I don't think it's going to go well for Peter here in the next, And then I wish I could say I was utterly shocked hearing they passed away. It doesn't take away the sadness, but it's like, yeah, I knew he was in really bad shape and such like that, and it's sad to go. I mean, we've all sat back and said, that guy, we want him if we get Star Trek going again in some fashion, the way it should be him.
Mm-hmm.
And oh,
Yeah.
but yeah, and actually, you were kind of good with that a little bit because his publishers, when he put out a book uh, that was original and all that, the publisher put it out as David Peters. and he did not like that at all. He got changed back, obviously, as it went along with republished, but that is his quote unquote pseudonym that he didn't really want.
Wow, yeah, I found some stuff from 2020. Whoa, this guy's politics. Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah,
I didn't know he was. I don't know if
oh
I've
yeah.
ever read anything from Peter David. I'd have to check, but I
Well,
didn't know
he
this guy was more on the left wing side. We'll say.
oh, come on, he's part of Harlan Ellison's, he hung with Harlan Ellison,
Wow,
just
that's
like him
this
and
was
Neil
in
Gaiman.
2020. I won't. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to. Wow, this is
well, no, yeah,
okay.
he was an incredibly liberal gentleman. There's
Oh
just no doubt
yes.
about it. But
Yep.
it doesn't matter. He
No.
He
knew
was a
his
great
stuff.
author. We
Yeah, it
shouldn't
doesn't
let
matter.
his political views
Right.
take away
No.
from the
But
fact that he gave us great stories.
right when
Yeah.
he wrote a Star Trek story, a Star Trek novel, or Babylon 5 one, he kept it what it was supposed to be. And or even when he wrote episodes of stuff, this is what it is. He would save some of the stuff for, but I digress, and whatever it was he started doing afterwards, because that's where he could vent his stuff. And he got into a lot of fights with other comic creators.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
I
John
bet.
Byrne, he was having a fight with, of course. For everyone seems to have a problem with Frank Miller. He had Marv Wolfman, same thing there. He had a big fight uh, with that guy. I mean, just name it. He was out there, and he could be belligerent. He really, really could be. And
Yeah,
but
that's
he would do that. He would do a lot of that for his, and his, either face to face or talking, or his "But I digress" columns. But when it come around to writing, he was just absolute pure gold in the fandom sense. When I met him the one time, he was telling me a story, and one of his early jobs, of course, as they stated, he was working for Marvel, and especially in the sales department. And he was saying about how he was one of the first ones to find out that Leia and Luke were brother and sister,
hmm,
because he came across that page of the comic being done in the
mhm.
Marvel Studios. I don't know if he was filing stuff away or whatever. He saw that. He looks at it and goes, "Oh my God, there's siblings." And so here here he was,
Yeah,
recounting about the excitement of discovering that.
yep. Yeah, I mean, he talks about this in 2020, which, I just find this actually something. I don't know how to feel. He said they used to have something going on basically in Times Square, and he would sing this I don't know this song actually he's talking about. I have to look it up. But he says we never discussed politics, never came up. I had no idea where their allegiance were, and no particular interest either, and that was fine. Then Trump was elected. I'm like, oh boy. And apparently they discovered my political leanings, and as it turned out, they were Trump supporters, and we were never invited back. Do you guys actually believe that? I mean, it's
No,
possible, but
Well,
I'm just like,
no,
dude, come on.
I don't believe that.
Because if that's the case, then why is it that somebody like Jamie Foxx, who actually hung out with Trump supporters, said, I was wrong about them? We had a great time. We did a barbecue. We had a great time. So I'm just like,
No, I don't believe the story. Again,
mhm,
with a lot of it, even Harlan Ellison, who we hung around with, had
yes.
stories.
Oh,
And
I'm
it comes
sure.
right down to it. It's like, which stories are true, which stories are not. And he even sat back and said that. He's like, because he's a storyteller.
Yeah,
yeah, which stories are being embellished?
Right.
exactly. I mean, and then he's like, not my doing. So there sounds like some kind of a victim thing. We'd be perfectly happy to pick up the tradition, but I suspect that's not going to happen. And if it did,
I,
not discussing politics would now become somewhat strained because politics now informs every aspect of American lives. So,
well, except for one thing, it's usually us that
yes,
don't bring anything into it. It's like, oh, they find
exactly.
out, and then it's a problem. And
Hmm.
but it comes down to it, though, is yeah, he had his issues. All these people. I mean, any creative mind
Yes.
out there.
Oh, I
And yeah, I
agree.
mean, if I'm
Yeah.
going out there and defending, of course, like I said, I admired David quite a bit. I met him a couple of times, had some nice conversations with him. Uh, uh, but he could be abrasive and and whatnot as well.
I can see that from reading
Yeah.
some of this stuff.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
and even what we say, politics aside, the dude was talented,
Oh, I'm
and
sure he was.
Fight Like Hell over on Rumble, quoting him saying, "I've met some pretty wacko Trump supporters. Could have just met the wrong ones.
he could have. Yeah.
It's possible.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm
There,
sure
there are bad
there are.
apples on all sides of the
Oh,
on
aisle."
all
there
sides.
definitely is. I mean, especially people who want to make a man turn him into a god. Any person, that's too much. It's too much.
Well, I mean, and that's everybody. I mean, people make Obama into a
Mhm.
god, and people
Mhm.
make Trump into a
Mhm.
god.
Mhm.
The last thing you want to do is turn any political leader into a god, unless it's dear leader
Exactly.
himself, Kim
None
Jong
of
Un,
them are gods.
Right.
except for dear leader.
Fucking
Uh,
fucking dear leader.
Well, except
For the Emperor!
yeah, there we go.
when you're
For the
playing
emperor,
Space Marine 2
Yeah,
or
yeah. I
Space
God
mean,
Marine.
emperor.
when we were, yeah, and yeah, well, Dark Tide. It's like, wow, this would be a great world to live in. Maybe not so much. Okay.
Come on, it looks like your neighborhood.
My
Admit
neighborhood. No, my neighborhood actually looks pretty good, surprisingly.
it.
But we are continuing with Peter David here because we have an article from Fandom Pulse that says 10 Star Trek novels by Peter David any Trek fan shouldn't miss reading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see let's got on there.
Let's find out. All right. This is by Fandom Pulse, of course. It was posted on the 26th. So that was Monday, and it says Peter David wrote some of the best Star Trek novelizations of all time. More than 45 books in total, not counting his short stories or comic book work on the property. In honor of his passing yesterday, it's worth revisiting his work and remembering the great author's contributions to Star Trek. Here's top 10 list of Trek books of his worth reading. All right, so Starfleet Academy number 3. I do not have this one.
I don't either. I never read the Star Trek Academy series.
I
Well,
have
somebody's gonna just-
I
yeah.
have a Voyager one about Janeway. Of course, I bought it in junior high, so
That's when you had the crush on her. Okay.
Yeah.
well, no, not junior high. I was in high school by then. Duh.
Well, don't look at me. It's your life. I don't know how.
While stranded on a dying planet, Cadet Worf and his friends discover they are not alone.
Dun dun dun. You would have thought I would have picked that one up because his name was on there.
It says Starfleet Academy Survival. This young adult novel follows a group of Starfleet Academy cadets who find themselves stranded on a hostile planet during what was supposed to be a routine training exercise. When is anything ever routine in Star Trek?
I don't know.
When their shuttlecraft crashes, the cadets must overcome their personal differences and inexperience to survive against dangerous wildlife, harsh environmental conditions, and their own fears. The story explores themes of leadership, teamwork, and personal growth as these future Starfleet officers learn what it truly means to work together under pressure, with each cadet bringing their unique skills and backgrounds to bear on their survival challenges. Well, we know Worf was headstrong, so I don't see that
Yeah.
being too
Definitely.
different with Worf as a cadet.
Mm-hmm. Hey, who's
Eh,
that blowing in the chair? Who could that be?
Shelby.
Mm.
Gosh, they should have added her after Best of
I
Both
know.
Worlds to the cast.
Yeah, she was.
There's a lot of things they should have done. I mean, like all these novels that people write. That's why it's so funny. Where's the source material? I'm like, excuse me, excuse me.
Hey, you know what? Fight Like Hell, you're absolutely right. There has to be something wrong with you to go into politics, let alone succeed there.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
And I don't know about you, but this one right here to our left kind of looks like
Yeah.
they took Christy Alley a little bit. used her as a
Yeah,
model.
this is
A little bit.
yeah,
Yeah, a
a
little
little bit
bit.
there. Yeah,
A little bit. Yeah,
I mean, it's not
I
the
can
best
kind of see
cover
her
art, but
face there. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, to be honest, that's not one of the best cover arts I've seen.
No, it's pretty
No.
good
But yeah, I
though.
can
It's
see that.
pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Fire on High. The sixth book in the New Frontiers series really does a lot of the character development. It's definitely worth reading the first five before this as the adventures continue and the character builds, but Fire on High stands as one of his best outings.
Oh, I might have to read that.
You got about 23 New Frontier books, by the way.
hmm
Not
And
kidding. Not kidding.
I have number one.
House of Cards. Yep.
I have number one, brother. And even on the back, it says, from the universe of Star Trek The Next Generation, a new ship, a new crew, a new mission.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Pretty cool.
I mean, the one I showed today is book two, but I also have book number one somewhere.
Into the
And
Void.
their next one is Before Dishonor. This Next Generation novel features Captain Picard and the Enterprise crew facing a threat that combines elements from the Borg and other dangerous entities from Trek lore. The story explores the aftermath of previous encounters with cybernetic threats and how they continue to evolve and adapt. Picard must confront both external dangers and internal conflicts as past decisions come back to haunt the crew. The novel delves into questions of identity, assimilation, and what it means to remain human in the face of overwhelming technological threats.
Hmm.
I think that is definitely worth today's world.
Pretty much.
hmm Their
Here is
next
a
one.
great novel. This is a
And
great novel.
I've never read this one.
Oh, you need to.
I will look for it and see how much it is. This crossover novel brings together Captain Picard from the Next Generation era with characters and elements from the original series timeline. The story centers around an ancient weapon designed specifically to combat the Borg, creating moral dilemmas about the use of such devastating power. Picard must navigate complex relationships with allies who may have their own agendas while facing the return of one of Starfleet's most dangerous enemies. The novel explores themes of revenge, justice, and the prices we pay for survival against seemingly unstoppable foes.
Yeah, this is one of the when they were going out with their giant novel series things that were a little bit more beefy
hmm
than the Rebirth novels. And this is I'm not gonna this isn't a spoiler alert, but I'll tell you what that device is because it tells you right off the bat what it is. It's the Doomsday machine. We find out the Doomsday machine was designed to battle Borg in that novel. What a brilliant freaking concept!
hmm
It's a great
Very
novel.
cool.
It's a
Very cool.
great novel.
I'll
And
definitely look for a copy.
yeah, yeah, you can get probably in a used bookstore for a good price. I mean, honestly, but yeah, I mean, I think that was one of my first real experiences reading because this took place shortly after the episode of Best of Both Worlds. It's kind of a sequel, you might say, because it came out in '91,
Okay.
and I guess that's the one that really opened my eyes to who this Peter David was. Like, whoa, this guy's good. So it's like the next time you see Peter David on a novel, it's like I got to grab that novel.
Yeah. The next one they have on their list is The Quiet Place. The New Frontier series continues as Saquon, a character developed by David and his vast Tholian Empire, gets massive development and world building in that region of space as he searches for his sister.
Oh,
All
by the
right.
way, just want to let you know that before Dishonor, that's kind of a loose sequel to Vendetta.
Okay. Q in Law. Well, you got Q and Loxana Troy So that ought to be good.
Oh yeah.
Q and Law, the lighthearted next generation novel, features the omnipotent Q entity attending the wedding of Deanna Troy and William Riker, bringing his usual chaos and unpredictability to what should be a joyous occasion. Q's presence complicates matters as he interacts with Luxana Troy, creating a clash of powerful personalities that threatens to disrupt not just the wedding, but the entire ship. The story blends humor with deeper questions about love, commitment, and the nature of relationships, while showcasing David's talent for character driven comedy within the Trek universe. And I bet he did it right.
He did. He knew how to interject humor into the stories of Star Trek properly. He really did. Even when you had something serious, it's like we need to have a little bit of a breather. What would you say? A lighthearted moment here, just so you can catch your breath, and then we're going to get back to it.
Yeah. Because Star Trek has a unique way of presenting its humor. It's
Right.
not these stupid, funny, haha, dumb moments like you get in the Marvel movies now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think about it when Keiko's giving birth to Molly in 10
Mm-hmm.
Forward, and Worf's reading the tricorder, and he says that she's reached a certain level, and she may now give birth. And Keiko says, "That's what I've been doing."
Yeah.
So it's moments like that, Worf being serious
Mm-hmm.
as Worf can be.
Who was probably panicking on the inside.
Yeah, but his clean on exterior wouldn't show that.
No.
All right, House of Cards. Peter David introduces his new Frontier crew with a cast of familiar characters from the Next Generation combined with some of his original. Most compelling is his Captain David Calhoun, whose alien upbringing sets him at odds with Starfleet. The adventure begins in this book, though 1 through 4 really end up being one story. Imzadi Forever, and I've never read any of the Imzadi books.
I didn't know there was a third one because that'd be the third one. There's Zadi and Zadi 2, and then there's that one.
Imzadi, perhaps David's most beloved Trek novel. The story explores the deep romantic relationship between Will Riker and Deanna Troy, using time travel elements to examine their past and potential futures. The narrative weaves between different time periods, showing how their connection transcends normal temporal boundaries and explores the concept of soulmates across lifetimes. The novel delves into Betazoid culture and telepathic abilities while providing an epic love story that spans decades. It combines romance, adventure, and philosophical questions about destiny, choice, and the enduring power of love.
I think the reason why I was never interested in reading Nimzadi, even though it was his book, is I really didn't care about the relationship between Troy and Riker. I didn't think they really did a good job on the show showing what their connection was. Like,
I mean, and in counter for our point, we are told that
mhm,
they knew each other before even serving on the Enterprise, and
mhm.
there's still that scene where Riker and Troy see each other on the Enterprise, and Troy's saying, "Do you remember him, Saudi? Do you remember
Mhm.
what I taught you?"
Right. I mean, that again is a great concept that they never really ran with.
Mhm.
So it's like maybe I should read Peter David's book because maybe it'll, again, it takes something outside of the show to get a little more of that aspect. But again, it was one of the wasted things that they had for Next Generation that they didn't properly follow through on, and maybe I should give that a try. But basically, all that was is Riker and Troy is basically Decker and Ilea.
Yeah.
I mean, really, except she's got hair.
where Ilea was bald.
Yeah, and didn't get sucked into a giant ship's computer.
And where Troy was Betazoid, Ilea was Zelton.
Mm-hmm.
The Captain's Daughter. This novel focuses on family relationships and legacy within the Star Trek universe, exploring how the children of Starfleet officers cope with the expectations and dangers that come with their heritage. The story examines the personal costs of service to Starfleet and how family dynamics are affected by the demands of exploration and duty. Characters must balance their personal desires with inherited responsibilities while facing threats that test both their professional skills and family bonds. The novel emphasizes themes of growing up, finding one's own path, and honoring family while forging individual identity. Oh, this is what I'm kicking myself for never picking up.
Oh, really?
I know there's an audio version. I don't want the audio version. I want the book. I don't want a digital form. I want the book in hand.
And the only way it would work is if you had the two actors playing against each other in there.
Oh, could you imagine? Could you just imagine seeing William Campbell and John Delancey bouncing off one another? You know,
Yeah,
scene after scene.
yeah, I can. I really, 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 really can. I would love to have seen that. And this is something that Peter David is exceptionally good at. He was able to connect the generations, you might say, without making
Hmm.
it look like fan service.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I can kind of picture the first scene with Trelane and Q. And of course, you have to have Picard in the scene. He
Oh yeah.
claims to be one of you.
Hmm.
Picard, he's not one of me. Trelane is just a child whose powers are beneath the Q.
Oh, there'd been so much you could do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it says Q Squared, this ambitious crossover novel, brings together multiple versions of familiar characters from different timelines and realities, orchestrated by the entity Q's manipulation of space and time. The story explores alternate histories and parallel universes, showing how small changes can lead to dramatically different outcomes for beloved characters. Captain Picard and other crew members must navigate this maze of realities while Q pursues his own mysterious agenda. The novel combines high concept science fiction with character study, examining how identity persists across different versions of reality and what makes someone fundamentally themselves, regardless of circumstances. And then, of course, it has a plug for The Stars Entwined, which isn't a Peter David
Our
novel,
Star
but
Trek.
no. So,
Oh, you know what? I'm going to add one to that list that I think if you're a Star Trek fan, you need to read.
okay.
Actually, honestly, he only did three original series novels. Uh, and of course, we actually hit one of them. The Captain's Daughter is one of them.
Hmm.
The Disinherited is another one, but he also did that with Jan Michael Friedman, who's a great Star Trek writer. Also, if you find him, read his books in Star Trek. And Robert Greenberg, Berger, I mean, but The Rift from 1991. And why do I say this? Is this novel, even though it seems like Peter David himself didn't necessarily think it was that good of a novel. He had three he submitted, but they rejected the two they thought was great, and but like this one, and it was nominated for a Prometheus Award by the Libertarian Futurist Society. How odd, right?
Hmm.
But it deals with two eras. The story starts in with Captain Pike on the Enterprise and all that. Then it moves forward in time to Captain Kirk. And when he does the Pike era, How unlike how others like to, if they're going to deal with the past, they throw all the how they talked in such in their later series, babble in there. No, he kept the babble like you were sounding it from the original pilot when they're talking about
Nice.
things. It's like you're reading an actual lost episode of the Pike era series. And then, of course, the two stories are connected. So, then you move forward in time to the Kirk era, and of course, it, it has one little thing in there. Mr. Spock learns favorite word "fascinating" from the female first officer, known only as Number One, deciding it wasn't too emotional would be a good word to remember in the future. What a nice nod,
Yeah, it
and
is.
more importantly, keeping the mystery. Who is Number One? Why is she called Number One? He didn't give a name. He keeping it as that mysterious thing about her. But yeah, I mean, it kind of jars you a little bit when you go from the Pike era to the Kirk era, and but it's like, well, why wouldn't that be different from the Menagerie? Because you're talking about like 17-year difference, if not more, right?
Hmm.
And it's like, yeah, it would be like that. You feel like you have seen two different eras of Star Trek in that one novel. And so I recommend Find the Rift by
Okay.
and again, that is such a great. I think I actually did get that one autographed. I just don't know where it is because I love that book so much. And yeah, he uses the Illudium Q-36 explosive modulate space modulator in there. It's it's like I think it's one of the aliens' power devices to get them from point A to point B. So again, it
Hmm.
kind of follows through. Yeah, it kind of follows through with Peter David's humor they had and willing to do things like that. So I will have to I add that one list on there because just I thought it was brilliant how he was able to do two different eras in one book and made it feel like it was two different eras. Brilliant.
Again, that's talent.
Hmm. Right. And I don't know why he thought so little of it because that is a talent. It was appreciated by this fan greatly. Again, it was in 1991 he did that. So again, you're going from Vendetta to that one. It's like, holy cow, this guy can write. And then you get disappointed because he was never invited on any of the Star Trek series to write. It's like, why not?
He's the one that's writing the books that fans are interested.
Yeah,
At the time, Mzadi came out, Next Generation was still going.
yeah. Well, very much so. Like I said, maybe I should have read that. But again, at the time, like I said, the relationship because of how they portrayed it on there, um, just did not grab me. It's like, why would I want to read about this relationship when I really could care less? Then I keep on forgetting Peter David has a way of making you care.
Mhm.
That's the kind of writer he is or was. I mean, even with some of his other, I mean, you take a look at all the series that he had uh, for comic books. I mean, he's well known for doing the Incredible Hulk. Well, the Incredible Hulk was his former wife's favorite character, so he wrote her in mind. And when they had their split and divorce, that's when he turned the Hulk into kind of this shattered person, wanting to know where his place is in the world
Mhm.
because that's how he felt because of his split up with his wife. And of course, what do people say they remember him for doing? Hulk. He did the two novelizations, Hulk and the Incredible Hulk, along with Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, and Spider-Man 3. He worked on Transers 4 and Transers 5, the movies. It was the scripts. I mean, this guy was all over the place, and that's good. He even did Batman Forever novelization. Sorry, guy. I don't know what. Maybe that's the one he wanted to sit back and tell us never to do another novelization again.
I can't blame him.
No, he did Transformers: Dark Side of the Moon novelization,
Hmm.
After
Yeah,
Earth.
I was looking for that too, but I couldn't find it. I've got it somewhere around here.
Yeah. Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Battleship. I mean, he was very prolific. Very prolific. He even did the Body and Soul Alienation novelization. Battlestar Galactica, Sagittarius is Bleeding. So here, Alienation, Battlestar Galactica, Babylon 5. Here's other universes he's writing in, and obviously he knows what the difference is. Halo, Hunters of the Dark, Fable. You know, we lost a giant,
We did
and
a
I
creative genius. I mean, he had a mind. No matter what universe he was writing for, he had the mind to adapt his stories for that universe and
Mhm.
go within the rules of that universe. I mean, let's face it, Star Trek isn't the easiest franchise to actually play in that particular sandbox.
Mhm. No, I mean he also did the Phantom back in '88. I think I got those issues maybe. You know, DC versus Marvel 2 and 4. Powerpuff Girls, Hide and Go Mojo. Red Sonja versus Ursula Doom. I don't know why they have that one. Ursula Doom is supposed to be with Call of Conqueror, but that's beside the point. Elektra. No, Aquaman, The Avengers, Captain Marvel, Fallen Angels, Fantastic Four, the Cinematic Universe. Tons of Incredible Hulk, obviously. She-Hulk, Soul Searcher, Spider-Man, Spy Boy, Supergirl, Wolverine, X-Factor, Young Justice. And then let's not forget the Star Trek comic series, The Trial
Hmm.
of James T. Kirk, which, by the way, the person I know, Gordon Purcell, was one of the artists on. And it's a great trilogy, 3 issue comic run. Again, he was able to grab elements from the original series and put it into the movie era,
Hmm.
and it made sense. Captain Sulu Adventures, even though he did that under a pseudonym. Captain's Table, Deep Space Nine. I mean, this guy, was brilliant. And
Again, you have to have a mind in order to write for multiple franchises, play within the
mhm,
sandbox provided to you by those franchises.
mhm. And to take out of a book of his that he wrote back in 2020, I had to get a copy of it when I found out because, believe it or not, one of the anecdotes in the stories I'm involved in. No BS, but he doesn't write about me. I'm not even mentioned in there. So, but it's about when he was at a convention, MadCon or Mad Media, I can't remember, but five. That was 1998, and it was the first convention I've gone to in ages. Harlan Ellison was the main guest, right? Uh, uh,
Hmm.
so here's the list that you had. You had Harlan, you had Peter David, you had Neil Gaiman, you had Timothy Zahn, you had Mike Barron there. You had Stephen Furst there. So I mean, you had all this at a nice, small, intimate. But then, if you wanted to, you paid, I can't remember, but it was a ridiculously cheap amount, believe it or not, to be able to be part of a dinner with the guests. And the first come, first serve on which table you got to sit with. So the then long suffering, my former, and I, we quickly sign up, and we're like number 4 or 5 on the list of choices. And we're mulling over, at first I wanted to go, we should sit with Harlan. I'm a big Harlan fan, hear a little bit of Harlan. But we changed our mind and went with Timothy Zahn. And we sat with
Hmm.
Timothy Zahn. And actually, that was a good thing because Harlan was hardly at his table. He was bouncing around like a squirrel on Mountain Dew from table to table. And one of the things that he did, and this is described in the book, he was going table to table. He had something called guava paste. I never heard of guava paste until that time. And at first, he's going around, he's just giving it to the guests at each one of the table. Oh, I lost Mike. Bye, Mike. Um, oh, Yeah, I can hear you, but not on the screen. There you are. Let's put you in the right spot there.
Yeah, I don't know what
Um,
happened.
I think it was Cash. I think Cash did that. He wanted to ruin my story. Typical Cash. So at first he was going from table to table, and he's going to each one of the guests to have a little slice of this guava paste. He goes, here, have some guava paste. You know, a little cracker. Okay, what you have to do, have extra, even part, extra cream cheese and guava paste. Put it together, have it, and all that. So he's going from table to table, and we go to Timothy Zahn. So, when it comes to you, just sit back and say it tastes like chicken. We're all, I'm sitting with my former long suffering, and then a contingent from the Centauri Republic. These people are dressed up like Centauri with the hair up, which is kind of a funny thing because I had my long hair at the time, and I was thinking about doing the same thing. It's like, how can I do this thing with having my hair up? And I said, nah, I'm not going to do it. So I just went as fat old me. But we had a legitimate Centauri there, and we're all having a grand time, and we're going to, tell them it tastes like chicken. So Harlan comes, and trust me, this will get to Peter David, but this is a setup to the story. And, Timothy Zahn gets it, has a taste. Harlan's hovering over him, waiting for approval, and and Timothy Zahn goes, yeah, it's good. Great. And he moves on to the next table. We turned on Timothy Zahn like yesterday's burrito. It's like, what the hell? You're supposed to tell him about that. He goes, you don't understand. Harlan Ellison was standing behind me with a knife.
Yeah. I don't think it's wise to say it would taste like chicken when he's got a knife.
And I'm sitting right next to Tim, and I just turned and go, no, you're wrong. He had two knives. Because he had one for the guava paste, one for the cream cheese. Later on, he comes around and gives bigger portions out so we can all try it. But Timothy Zahn was already kind enough to share what he had, and we all had a little taste as we went along. It's kind of like having a Holy Communion with Timothy Zahn.
Yeah.
Well, and we're joking. And we're probably one of the more boisterous tables there because you're with Centauri. Centauri have good time. Yes. Right there. Except for you moon-faced assassin of joy. Right? So, we're partying like freaking Centauri there. Poor Timothy Zahn. Well, we started going,
Did the former long suffering have the bald head with
No,
the
she would
long
never
hair
do that.
coming
No,
up?
we did not. No, we did not dress up as Centauri. We just went as average, normal nerds.
I'm kidding, Baron.
It would have been great, though. It would have been great if she did that, but she would not have done that. No. She would not have done that. I'm trying to wonder if she pestilent, famine, or death. Never mind. Just kidding. If you're watching, I'm kidding. But while we're doing this, and this is where we get to the Peter Davis part, and it's in the story, we start saying, what it is, we're boys are so loud enough. It's like, it's Soylent Green. That's what you got. Soylent Green that we're going around with. Yeah, exactly. Well, not too far off, Peter David is standing, and he's standing with the guy who decided to have the impossible task of trying to chronicle and be a biographer of Harlan Ellison's life. Good luck, right?
Yeah.
This is Harlan. And all of a sudden, they go through the whole Soylent Green routine that Chuck Heston did in the movie. And we were incredulous. We turned around, we watched all this stuff, and we're going, hey, he stole that from us. But of course, Peter David doesn't put that in there, but that's the true story. And so when he wrote that in Mr. Sulu Grabbed My Ass, it was just amusing that, here's an event that I was at, my my former long suffering was at. I'm part of this written little history in there, and I just found kind of big amusement in that. But I had a feud with Peter David.
Well, you have the pleasure of saying I was there.
I was there. Yeah, that's the big thing. It was an amusing story, even if we got screwed out of the credit. But that's just it. And that's when conventions were fun. This is what conventions were about.
Mm-hmm.
Not what
they're supposed to be fun.
Right. This was a small, little, intimate, and they intended to be small and intimate. And, we'd run into the guests in the hallway. Just to give an example, when we first got there, right? we go into the room to sign up, and Harlan's in there. He's supposed to be writing this short story because he always did that when you get to conventions. You could watch him as he typing away on his typewriter. We even bought in advance the book. It was supposed to be him and Neil Gaiman writing this together. It never came to fruition. I never asked for my $10 or whatever it was I put in. I figure, okay, well, it don't matter. It's Harlan. But that's near here there. But he's in there doing his getting ready and saying about sitting up, blah 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 blah. We get our stuff. It's like, oh, this is kind of freaking amazing. Get our badges. We walk out and we just get into the hallway, and the former long suffering, and we have a friend along with us too. But we're walking along, and the friend that we're with is a huge Harlan Ellison fan. I mean, just absolutely bonkers Harlan Ellison fan. So we start walking there, and all of a sudden, my former long suffering goes, "Man, I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. I'd like to get something to drink, something like that." And I know she said she was thirsty. Get something to drink. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this hand reaches out and grabs her by the shoulder, kind of turning her a little bit. And it's like, what? Because I'm standing there, it's like, what the hell is this? And all that. And then this other hand with a bottle of water comes out. And this voice goes, "Ask and ye shall receive." Of course, I'm being a little bit more dramatic about it. And we turn and look, and it's Harlan freaking Ellison. He gives it to my former long sufferer. We're just kind of standing there dumbfounded as he's going out the door because he's got to go to a bookstore or someplace to do a little talk, radio station, I don't know, something to help agree to pay for him to be there. And he's walking away. He goes, "Oh, yeah, don't worry. I don't have trench mouth." And out the door he goes. And we're all standing there. So it's like, what do? We all, like, all three of us is like, take a drink out of it because it's like you're having the experience. We all take a drink, and he already drank out of it. We don't care if we had backwash. You can still smell his cologne on the fucking bottle. But it's like one of those things. If you go to a convention, Harlan's there. If you don't walk away with a Harlan story, you're not doing it fucking right. And we did. And the same thing with Peter David. I mean, it was just, hey, quiet. I mean, these are the grand old days of when we had true personalities. These are the day when we had good, real conventions. It was the first time I ever bought an autograph because Stephen First was charging $10 for the Diabetes Foundation. It's like, oh, that's no problem. Okay. And go up there about $10. Like, oh, $10? I didn't know that. And they get all defensive. It's like, no, don't worry about it. It's going to a good cause because, Stephen First had diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
But, run into the hallway and say, "Oh, hi, Stephen." It's, "Oh, hi." It's like, you just say a hi, but you don't bother the guests and they feel they can walk around, without being worried about being accosted. These were great conventions, man, that they had.
There were. I mean, even going to some of the Star Trek conventions I went to, I know I've brought this up several times, but just talking with Majel Barrett.
Yeah.
And, she is walking around the convention at one point, stretching her legs and everything, but she's still talking to people. She's not going, I'm not signing autographs right now, don't bother me. No, she's amongst the people.
Right. Oh, exactly. And the important thing too is, all of us are being respectful to them, and they're being they're appreciating it, and which makes them more than willing to come out more and be open to you, because you're not going out and being, the obsessive, crazy, creepy, over obsessed, you owe me this fan that we seem to have now. And, so, being at these conventions with, Peter David, remembering him at the convention, of course, Harlan Ellison, both, no longer with us. And Stephen First, he's not with us anymore, but it just, when you hear about their deaths and then, of course, seeing the state of fandom today and conventions today, it hurts.
Conventions today pale in comparison to conventions that we had in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Right. In comparison. I mean, we used to make fun of Creation Cons, especially when they came in, because Creation Con is basically what we have now on a grander scale. Okay, we're going to usher you in here. You can listen to him talk, and then make sure you go into the room and buy all this stuff from the vendor table. And then this is where you can get it, and that's about it. Nothing really more. That's what Creation Con was in our area. But you had some of the other conventions, and it's like, whoa, this is a personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take much for you to run into somebody and have those whatever moments they are to be able to tell to a next generation or to an audience of YouTubers and Rumblers and X people. If we're on X, are we on X? Oh, yeah, we're on X.
Yes,
And
yes, we're
Xers,
on X.
yeah, and Twitters and tweets and twats and sorry, twat waffles. No, there we go. Finished it through that one. Twits. But it's again, when you start seeing, and like I said, I'm not surprised, but it still hurts because we're not seeing a return on investment in this generation. We don't seem to have people that really give a frig. And what we're getting is stories of CP coming out of conventions and trafficking and stuff like that when you have the Comic Cons out there and how seedy they become, how greedy they become, how all it is a siphon from fans and not really. And then they go, what a great experience. I was just bent over and they gave it to me for $100, $200, $300, $400, 600. And all I got was this picture. That's not what it's about.
Oh, it was about going and having fun, and I mean that's what I did. I haven't been to a Star Trek convention since '97.
MadCon, the last MadCon I was at was 1999 when Star Wars came out. And I didn't know about the one they had a couple years later because they kind of stopped. They had their one, and I kicked myself to this day for not knowing about it and going to it. But the MadCon had one with Jerry Doyle.
And over on Rumble, we have Bareen Jane who says, "Grow up." Boy, somebody's in a bad mood.
Yeah, who needs to grow up, man?
I don't know. We're talking about a great author of a franchise that we enjoyed.
Yeah, I don't know what.
If you don't like it, I'm going to tell you, get the fuck out.
I'm not going to grow up. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid, which is coming back, by the way.
Yeah.
But, I miss those days. And I miss the days where you actually had face-to-face fandom. Where you went someplace, gathered together, and kibitzed. Not online. You're face-to-face with people.
You're face-to-face with the actors.
Yeah. Or, if you're going to a convention, going to a... or if you're doing a fan of, if you have a fan club, with your fellow peers at the fan clubs, whether you're hanging out at a library or a restaurant or whatever, just getting together and kibitzing. It's not a convention. It's just your weekly or monthly meeting that you have for your club and all that. Unfortunately, those have gone away. Thank you. Of course, COVID helped kill that off.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's going to take a lot for me to ever go to a convention again. You see a list of the people coming in. It's like, why do you want to see these people?
I have no interest in going to a convention because of the price of the tickets, the price of the autographs, and the way they're run now.
I mean, the last time I was at a convention was MiniCon here in the Twin Cities, which is a big, more a book writing convention, for authors and stuff like that. And it was like 2000 something, but Harlan was there. And, Harlan, there's the one thing that Harlan had. You brought in something, he would just sign his name to it. If you bought one of his books there, he would personalize it. Which doesn't bother me, right? Well, so I brought in my Batman comic, Detective comic that he did, which is one of the best Batman stories I think ever done. Batman's Bad Day. Imagine Batman going out there trying to do his job and save everybody, and nothing's going right, and everyone's able to take care of themselves. And it's like, what am I doing out here? He's even getting chewed up by a little old lady for, where were you? I took care of the situation. Aren't you both, a great story. It's a great story. But he signs it just his name. But that's where I got my copy of Angry Candy, which is a great one. Has the short story in there, Paladin of the Lost Hour, which was turned into a Hugo Award winning episode of the Twilight Zone, and that one's personally signed. And that's the last one I went to. And why? I wanted to see Harlan one last time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm
Didn't know
grateful
when I was ever going. Yeah.
I'm grateful I was able to go to conventions where I got to see Shatner, Nimoy, and Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I met Dorn, he was just a very personable, nice man.
He was. I met him at my second Star Trek convention.
Yeah.
We got to talking about World War II aircraft and other aircraft.
Oh, yeah. I wish I would have done that. That would have been great. And the one we went was such a small, again, it was one of those small ones that was so intimate. He was the only person there. It was a very small place. I remember that was where I bought my first Red Dwarf paperback because it was brought in overseas that way because there was no distributors. And at the time, the novel cost $11. But that didn't stop me. I grabbed it. I wanted it. He goes, you know this is $11, right? Yeah, I know. But this is $11, right? Yes, I know. This is shut up and take my money. Basically, that was the interchange between me and the guy selling it. It's like I understood the first time. I understood when I saw the price tag on there. I know that this had to come in unconventional means.
I mean, I can remember. I can remember when I was in a Target when I lived in California, and I was with my mom, and I was looking at the different cassettes, thinking, okay, I want to buy a new cassette. I want to buy, a cassette. But then I saw the Back to the Future 2 soundtrack, and my mom had told me I could pick out any one I wanted. And I said, well, I want this one. She says, you do know it's just orchestrated music. I said, yeah, it's the Back to the Future music. That's why I want it.
Yeah. And? It's like they start discovering a little bit about you. I mean, how many of us started loving classical music because of scores and soundtracks? I mean, honestly. Dennis Prager, well, this had been like 20 freaking years ago, if not more. Was because he always had a segment where he talked about like music because he does conducting stuff like that, and he was discussing how soundtracks and musical scores for movies have become the new true classical music, unlike people trying to compose classical music in the modern era. And that got me thinking, it's like, yes, he's absolutely friggin' right. Because when you're doing that, if you're doing it properly, if you're doing it like, Hans Zimmer, if you're doing it like, all these names escape, but, the biggies that we all love, they're trying to match what's going on in the screen and help tell the story. But if you don't if you don't have the movie, you've seen it maybe, or maybe you haven't done it. It's like Peter and the Wolf, and the score or the soundtrack tells you the story, and you can follow it that way. I mean, as many times as we've seen Star Wars and heard the score from that, when they start playing that soundtrack and it's in order, the tracks are in order. How much of that where you sit back and you know what that scene is, you know what's going on? Or, I picked up the entire score for the Lord of the Rings movies, all three of them. So it was like every note of friggin' music and then some, right? 3 CDs, 1 DVD that has everything on it. And you're going through there, it's like, yes, you can follow, it's like you have that story. You're hearing that story through that music.
You know what's going on just by the piece of music. You know the dialogue that's being spoken just by that piece of music.
Right. So if you have a good conductor that's able to do that, Now you've done the important thing. Music is another form of telling a story.
Mhm.
As
Well,
every one of us has to sit down and listen to Peter and the Wolf knows.
even seeing some behind the scenes work as far as Star Trek episodes were concerned, specifically Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, when news channels would have segments where they would talk to, someone like Dennis McCarthy
Hmm.
or, you know, any of the other, you know, people that wrote music, like Ron Jones, for example,
Right.
or David Bell, for example. And they would talk about how they would watch the episode first so they could see what it was about.
Hmm.
Then after they watched it, they would score it, by writing the score. But,
Hmm.
as they're recording the score, of course they're watching the episode live.
Right.
And
Yeah, you
just,
have the screen behind, so the conductor knows when. Okay, this is where. Boom.
mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with like Williams. Same thing with all the others. They have that screen,
I,
so they make sure
I,
that
I,
music times and syncs up right.
yeah, I mean, even, on the bonus features for Back to the Future, Alan
Hmm.
Silvestri coming up with the theme and the variations that it went through before we got the theme that we're all familiar with.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting what you could have gotten and what you did get,
Hmm.
and you're thankful you got what you got, but you could see the evolution of it.
Yep. I mean,
Um,
you think about, Star Trek the Motion Picture, for example,
mhm,
when they're going to the Enterprise for the first time, and how different the original version was that we got
mhm,
compared to the film version.
mhm. You know, again, it's one of the scenes where I will fight anybody that says that whole thing was overdrawn and wasted. It's like, no, it's not. With Goldsmith's music and everything to this, this was a very important eye candy and scene because you're seeing something you haven't seen in how many years, and now she's in looks even better, and you're getting these looks, and whatever awe that you see on Admiral Kirk's face, you got on your face. It was needed for that,
It
and
was. I mean, how many times have we said that particular scene when they're going to dry dock to the Enterprise for the first time? It's basically ship porn.
yeah, yeah, 100%. I know I made this analogy before, but when you see that scene and you see the new Enterprise, it's like you went to your 10th anniversary, high school reunion, and you see your ex girlfriend there. Oh my God, she looks better than ever. She looks better, and it's like, oh, and that's what that scene is. It was something that was needed for us fans to just soak that in. I was never bored by that one, even as a kid. The thing I was bored with was them going through the clouds. Like, okay, how much more of the cosmic vomit do we have to see before we get to where we're supposed to be going? But not once with seeing the Enterprise.
No.
How beautiful that was.
Yes.
And then of course the music. I mean, you can hear the music, and it runs through your mind. You can see it played, and it has that right tone.
Because that's what was needed. It had to have the
Right.
right tone
Hmm.
for that scene. If we're going to
Exactly.
show the reveal of the newly refitted Enterprise, that, as far as that story was concerned, took 18 months to bring it from what it was
Hmm.
to what it is in the movie,
Right. Yeah. It was
then
2.5 years since Kirk was there.
you have to make it grand.
Yeah. Because in the universe, it might have been 2.5 years since the end of the 5-year voyage to that, but for us, it was 10 years since the Enterprise we last see on screen, unless you want to
Hmm.
count the animated series. But the last episode of the original run of Star Trek, 10 years. It was like we deserved that. Actually, more like we didn't deserve it, but we got it. It's like, here, look at this. Are you happy? I want you happy. We're happy. So anyone who disses that scene is like, no, go somewhere else. Complain about the frickin' cloud, but don't complain about that scene.
Yeah.
But again, it's the music that helped tie it. If we didn't have that music, yeah, it would be long and drawn out. If we didn't have that music made masterfully the way it was some other score that they put in there that wasn't the same. It's like the binary sunsets on Tatooine. How powerful that scene was. I still say, out of all the real Star Wars films, that is the most powerful scene in all Star Wars. Because that is
the binary
us.
sunset.
Right. That is us. Every one of us wanting and yearning to be somewhere else. And that's what Lucas wanting. He wants off that rock. That's Lucas wanting to get out of Modesto. That's if some kid wants to get off of his farm, it's those of us that want to get to that next adventure and such. It hits everybody because we've all been there with that binary sunset. Where am I going? How am I going to be there? Brilliant scene, and of course, it wouldn't be as impactful if it wasn't for John Williams' score. Music tells a story.
Mm-hmm.
How did we get on this, by the way? Peter Davidson music.
We start this way all the time, Barry.
I know we do. That's what's so great about it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I am gonna change the mood. I know.
Yeah, I know, because we got another one. But again, but in the theme of music, though, it is in the theme of music and how important that was in people's lives, and particularly you, because of one certain element.
One certain element, because I was at one time a big fan of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't watch it like I used to now, hardly at all.
Don't blame you.
But there is a gentleman who passed away just a couple of days ago, and
yeah, I didn't know about it.
He had a theme that everybody who was a fan of WWF in the 80s probably knows very well. This comes from Rolling Stone, and it says Rick Derringer, guitar journeyman behind Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, dead at 77. Derringer played with Steely Dan, Cyndi Lauper, and Alice Cooper, and produced 6 albums by Weird Al Yankovic, alongside prolific solo career. This is by John Bliston, and it was posted on the 27th. And like I said to you, Baron, I had seen blurbs about his passing, but I wasn't really sure if it was true until I checked, and you checked.
Yeah, he told me before the show, and it's like, what? Rick Derringer? And it's like, holy snarkies, yeah. 2 days ago, the 26th.
Rick Derringer, the guitarist and songwriter who scored hits with Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo and a cover of Hey Non Sloopy, while working with everyone from Steely Dan to Weird Al Yankovic, died today. He was 77. Derringer's death was confirmed by his friend Tony Wilson on Facebook. Derringer's legacy extends beyond his music, entertaining fans with his signature energy and talent. Wilson wrote, his passing leaves a void in the music world, and he will be deeply missed by fans, colleagues, and loved ones. No cause of death has been given, though an official Facebook page for Derringer and his wife had detailed several health issues in recent months, including ankle bypass surgery, which creates a new pathway for blood to get around a blocked artery. Says Yankovic, with whom Derringer worked extensively in the 80s, wrote on Instagram, I am very sad to say that my friend, rock guitar legend Rick Derringer, has passed. Rick produced my first 6 albums and played guitar on my earliest recordings, including the solo on Eat It.
Mm-hmm.
He had an enormous impact on my life and will be missed greatly.
Yeah, according to what I got here is he had just gone triple bypass 2 months ago,
Mm.
and but he was had an episode, medical episode, was on life support, and they took him off life support on Monday, and that's basically um, the one news I got here on what happened to him.
Derringer was a true rock and roll journeyman, releasing a plethora of solo projects and collaborating with an array of artists over the course of his 6 decade career. He worked extensively with Johnny and Edgar Winter, and he racked up credits on albums by Barbara Streisand, Todd Rundgren, sorry, Alice Cooper, Meatloaf, Kiss, Bonnie Taylor, and Cyndi Lauper.
What a list! What a
Mhm.
list!
Born August 5th, 1947, Derringer grew up mostly in Ohio before moving just across the state line to Union City, Indiana. There, he joined his first band, the McCoys, and while still a teenager, scored a #1 hit with the garage pop gem "Hang On Sloopy." Hang on, Sloopy,
Sleepy,
Sloopy, hang on. Dun,
bum
dun,
bum.
dun, 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 dun.
What a silly fun song that is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I mean, it's like, oh, that's just ooh, it's just fun.
Yeah.
Go to a party and play that one.
While the song spent just 1 week at #1, it became an anthem in Ohio, adopted as the state's official rock song, and played during Cleveland Guardians or Indians, depending on
There we go.
what time and you know what particular moment. I can think of one, Baron. November 2nd, 2016, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah,
Cubs
you
winning the
got
World Series in
you got the
7 games
hmm
in the 10 innings. Yeah, 8-7 final score. Just saying.
Swing and a miss, strike one.
But anyways, the Cleveland Guardians, Browns, Cavaliers. It also says the Ohio State University marching band was regularly played the song since 1965. And
Talk about a legacy right there. What a heck of a
mhm,
legacy that is.
yeah,
All those teams is being adopted by the state. It's you know, it stays alive. It's eternal. It's immortal. He's immortal because of that.
yes. And Derringer continued with the McCoys through the late 60s, with the group eventually linking up with Johnny Winter. After the band broke up, Derringer continued to work with Johnny and his brother Edgar on their various projects, both together and separate. Derringer famously produced two Edgar Winter classics, Frankenstein and Free Ride.
No, sorry.
It's all right. Free Ride, Free Ride. Ding, 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 ding. You see the impact?
Yeah.
In 1973, Derringer released his debut solo album, All American Baby, which featured his biggest solo hit, Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. The song cracked the top 40, peaking at #23 on the Billboard Hot 100, and has enjoyed a long life since as a classic rock radio staple.
Like I was saying before the show we came on here, I'll keep it quick. Yeah, amazing. Baron's going to keep it quick. Yeah, right. Um, of course, like I was saying, living close to where the Renaissance Festival is here in Minnesota, and back in the day, especially back in my drinking days, it would go down to the one watering hole. Because it's not around Butch's, because it's right on that main thoroughfare, and a lot of the Renfesters, either the ones that did stay there and wanted to get off campus there and roam around, or those that did travel back and forth, or probably staying in one of the hotels that was booked up with them, um, would be together, and they had a karaoke, and I got in good knowing a lot of the Renfesters from other places, and then obviously this, but they they brought out the thing. One of the guys, after having like one or two, decided to go up there and he built out Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. And I tell you, oh my God, that was good. It's like he had that place just, it's like you're in a concert, a freaking concert.
Mhm.
So, that song always is in my mind because of that. And of course, who do we have to thank? Right here. Rick Derringer,
Yeah,
man.
Rick Derringer.
What power that was with him having such a great song, and that one always being in my mind, probably till the day I die, of an element that was just surreal and fun. Just on that one, it's like, thank you, Rick. So just a little quick story on that. I was
No problem.
always got a story.
I mean that's how these artists have impacted our lives. Of
Right.
Artists of early music, early to mid 20th century music.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Derringer had written and recorded Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo a few years prior, while he and the McCoys were still playing with Johnny Winter. As he told a guitar player last year, Derringer said that when he wrote the song, the first thing I did was make sure the music was more commercial, more rock oriented.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. The rock was me and Hoochie Coo was Johnny. He was the band leader, so we did it his way. And it goes on to say, of his distinctly different version, he added, the one I did with Johnny was more in keeping with his style. When I did my version, it was my opportunity to play and create what I thought it could be. I went for it. Throughout the 70s and 80s, Derringer continued to release albums under his own name and as the group Derringer. As a session player, he played on several Steely Dan favorites, Showbiz Kids, Chain Lightning, and My Revival, and contributed to Donald Fagen's 1982 solo album, The Nightfly. He also played with Lauper on two of her solo albums, True Colors and A Night to Remember.
True Colors, great song.
Yes. Derringer frequently worked on projects helmed by the celebrated songwriter and producer Jim Steinman, including hits like Air Supply's Making Love Out of Nothing at All, Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart, and Stripe's
Ooh, they're a good one.
Left in the Dark. Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Oh,
I know.
yeah. I mean,
Don't
damn,
sing.
Don't sing, but it's still a great song.
Yeah.
Here's your
Derringer,
part. Here's your part.
Derringer and Simon also spearheaded the World Wrestling Federation's 1985 soundtrack album, The Wrestling Album, with Derringer famously composing and performing Hulk Hogan's theme song, Real American. And you know something, dude? I don't think Hulk Hogan would be as big without that song, dude. Because you know something, brother? Without that song, no real American would get up and cheer for the red, white, and blue, dude.
Yeah, it shows how music helps a person's career.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Brother.
Derringer. That's right, dude. You know, Baron Armentag, he's one bad brother, dude.
You're not my brother, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother. Well, you know, Baron, it's like this, Jack. I could do a Hulk Hogan impression for a while.
I don't. Yeah, it's a little bit easier than trying to do Macho Man.
What do you mean it's a little easier than trying to do a Macho Man impression? What is wrong with you,
voice
Baron?
goes out after about a minute or two doing that. It's like this afterwards. And you complain, I should have gone that long doing it.
Well, I'm going to tell you something right now, brother. I'm going to read the rest of this article. Yeah.
It'd be like me going around doing the rest of the show as a whoop man. I tell you what, we're going to rock and roll.
Yeah,
because
I know.
we're going to do a salute to the man who turned around and gave us a lot of rock and roll here. Rock and roll Hoochie Coo.
He did. He did. That's exactly what Rick Derringer did. And it's why we're having fun right now. You know,
Oh, he'd want us to have fun.
thinking of hits different songs, and you know,
If we
just
didn't do this, and he found out, he'd be mad because that's not what it's about. Having all this there, this is a legacy he wanted to leave, and a legacy behind where you hear that song, Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, or Hang On Sloopy, or Real American if you were into wrestling, or other stuff that he worked on, and
hmm
it gets your attention, makes a smile on your face. That's something he'd want you to have.
yeah, exactly.
So to do anything other than what we're doing right now would be an insult to him, and I don't want to insult the guy, man.
Neither do I. And Fight Like Hell over on Rumble mentions.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
Don't encourage him.
Well, that was actually a soundbite of the real Macho Man, not
I know
Pacific
that
trying to
was.
sound like Macho Man and not coming in
I
anywhere
Yeah, I know.
close.
I'm just telling him not to encourage you. That's all.
What do you mean you don't want him to encourage? There's nothing discouraging like encouraging, man. Like not encouraging, man. You kind of have to start off soft like this before you start building it up.
Oh, and that's the important thing. He knew how to do that.
Yeah.
And the same thing with music.
Yeah. So it goes on to say, but throughout the 80s, the artist Derringer worked most closely with Weird Al Yankovic. He produced Yankovic's first 6 widely successful studio albums and won his first and only Grammy for Eat It, Yankovic's classic spoof of Michael Jackson's Beat It.
Isn't it sad that's the only time he won one?
Mm-hmm.
But, we got to help. We got him to help thank us for Weird Al.
Yeah, very true.
And they're
It
going to
says,
smile on his face, especially when you're dealing with Weird Al.
I mean, yeah, you listen to Weird Al's songs and you do smile.
Yeah.
I smile, especially at the early work.
Oh, the early work is the best because it was music that was easy to spoof.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever do a spoof on WAP? No, I doubt it.
I don't think so.
I'm back. I don't think so. I don't
Oh,
think he did.
he's back, boys and girls. Wow, who's this?
I know.
It says, in that guitar player interview, Derringer admitted to having complicated feelings about his work with Yankovic. At first, he said people found his decision to work with Yankovic confusing, but Derringer didn't find it odd at all, having grown up with a family who loved novelty records by artists like Spike Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Derringer even remembered thinking, if we can make a success of his songs, it would have no competition because there wasn't anything like this stuff out at the time. There wasn't.
He's absolutely right. Spike Jones was long gone. Tom Lehrer, he did his 2 albums and faded in the woodwork. Even though you had people like Dr. Demento helping keep his work alive.
And it was Dr. Demento who helped Weird Al get his start.
Right, because Another One Rides the Bus was literally done on a cassette recorder inside of a bathroom that he sent to Dr. Demento, which helped start his career on that one. So, I mean, when you had, at the time, you said Dr. Demento at that time, you were like, oh, we know Dr. Demento, all right. So I'm sure Derringer knew who Dr. Demento. By the way, he's from Minnesota. Just to let you know. Why wouldn't you want to try this young, talented guy who's able to spoof and respectfully spoof? And that's the important thing, respectfully.
Yeah, and Fight Like Hell says, yeah, the Dr. Demento show is where his father first heard Weird Al.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of us heard a lot of firsts on there. I mean, the Frantics, of course, Paul Chattel, of course, has his channel on YouTube still, who's part of the Frantics. Of course, Bill Mooney, and I can't remember the Barnes and Barnes doing fish heads. I can't remember the guy he worked with. Unfortunately, he passed away. As Stan Freeberg, another one in that area, who was more than happy to spoof songs and various stuff like that. So I could see Derringer wanting to be in that established elite club of talent that's able to do novelty albums, and more importantly, novelty songs that last the ages and not just be a flash in the pan.
Yeah. Yeah, and it says by the end of the decade, Derringer had grown concerned that his work with Yankovic had pigeonholed him as a producer. Here's the bottom line. I thought that it would help my production career, but suddenly I became known as a novelty producer. He said, as much as I love Weird Al, he's a good guy, very talented, and a hard worker. He single handedly ruined my production career.
I have a sneaky feeling there was a little laughter in his voice, and if Weird Al was there, he'd
Hmm.
laugh too.
Yeah,
I don't think this is
It
such a
was a little
doom.
tongue in cheek, a little tongue in cheek.
Right. I don't think there was much doom and regret in what he was saying there, but he's right though. It probably did single handedly ruin that career because it's not him; it's the industry who can't see beyond.
Hmm.
Kind of like
Says
Cash.
Derringer continued his prolific output throughout the 90s into the new millennium. He spent several years touring with Ringo Starr and his all star band. I didn't know
Great
that.
name. Yeah. Well, that's just it. You start finding out what he was doing. It's like, oh my god, man, did you rest?
And was also featured on Peter Frampton's Guitar Circus tour. As for his studio output, he often worked closely with his wife, Jenda, doing everything from electric blues to contemporary Christian music.
Let's take a little step back here about that Frampton's thing, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it here. And just imagine this. Where are you? I know I had you just up here. Ba, 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 ba. Um, all the people he played with on that Frampton uh, tour thing. Okay, there we go. Ringo Starr, boom, boom. Uh, yeah, with the Ringo and All Star Band, he traveled across, which of course had Edgar Winter, Gary Wright, Richard Page, and all that. But Frampton's Guitar Circus tour had B.B. King, Roger McGuinn of the Byrds, Don Felder of the Eagles, Leslie West of Mountain, Cheap Tricks, Rick Nelson, Toto's Steve Lukather, Los Lobos' David Hidalgo, and Pearl Jam's Mike McCready.
Pearl Jam.
Oh, of course. That's the thing he would make a noise about. That's Pan Jam. I forget all the others. The Eagles? Who the hell are the Eagles and the Birds?
Who the hell are the
Never heard of
Eagles?
him.
Who fuck these bands? No, I'm kidding. I
Yeah,
like the Eagles
but
too.
they have Pearl Jam.
No, Pearl Jam has just basically been pieces of shit lately. That's all I'm saying, Baron. It's not cool.
Just
Pearl,
recently?
yeah, recently. I liked Pearl Jam's music before, but
Yeah,
yes, of course
yeah,
I've
you
heard of
would.
the Eagles. Yeah,
You would.
I did like some of their music before, but
Yeah,
I
you would.
I did hear that if that guy, you're funny, Baron. Yeah, exactly. Nice try though. But I never got an album or whatever. I just no, the
Yeah, you
Eagles
did
were
that. You
great.
did that with Napster. You went to Napster.
I
That's what you did.
never used now. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. Do, do,
I
do,
did once.
do.
Just to
But,
figure out what
but,
the heck it was, I couldn't figure it out.
Oh man, you can't
but
prove it. Well,
with Rick Derringer, we really did lose
Yeah.
a talent in the music industry, not just performing with groups, but also performing on his own and helping others get their albums out.
Yeah, I mean, for studio albums for him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 studio albums. Just him. Not including his live albums, one of which was live in Japan. Of course, he worked with Edgar Winter, which must be interesting. And of course, Johnny, as we know, he worked with as well. Of course, the McCoys, he has four with the McCoys. The Edgar Winter group he was with, he had 4 with them. I mean, I'm just taking a look at everything he worked on. And it's huge. I don't think this is even complete.
I can't
I mean,
believe though that Rolling Stones actually did a quality article again. That's shocking.
Yeah, actually did, yeah.
I'm
Edgar
shocked.
Winter, Ian Hunter, Dr. John, Lorna Luft, and Hall & Oates he was with on something. I mean, imagine that one. I mean, talk about a unique lineup. Dr. John, come on, man. That's some. Obviously, this guy was thought highly of in the music industry besides people like us. Even though he did work with Pearl Jam's Mike McCready. I mean, everyone does have a downside. But
Pearl.
6 albums producing with Weird Al.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe Pearl Jam's still touring.
Oh, come on, get off him.
As long as Eddie Vedder needs money.
Right.
I gotta keep my heroin going, man.
I just don't. Oh, man. I enjoy these bands until usually I found out some bullshit. I'm like, no, here we go again. I mean, rock in general, unfortunately, is just pretty.
That's why I still listen to classic rock.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty much dead, unfortunately. These producers are so stupid. They're like, oh, there's no money in it anymore. Right.
But we do have.
Oh, sorry, I was.
Hello?
Did you do that to
Hello?
me? Did you do that to me? Okay,
No.
but
I didn't mute you. I haven't even touched
you muted yourself, man.
Well, I did briefly because the dogs are barking. I thought I unmuted myself. But like I was saying to Mike before the show, too, it's like, today actually I listened to terrestrial radio, even though it was on my phone, because it's one of those that's a giant WDGY. And boy, were they knocking out some, hey, this is great. I haven't heard this stuff in a while. And the reason why? It's not part of that corporate machine. And I will always tout RNI, Radio North Sea International, on the interwebs. Because if you want to have some good classic and hear things that you may never have heard before, go to that and listen to it if you love classic rock and roll. So just saying. How come you and I were listening to this stuff today, Mike? Were we in sync?
We must have been.
That's scary. If I'm ever in sync with, please do something about it, okay?
Well, I mean,
I don't
said,
ever want to be.
It's scary enough that you and I were in sync.
Yeah, but the last thing I need to do is listen to Pearl Jam.
Dude, I haven't heard Pearl Jam in a long time, but nice try, Baron.
Nice try, man. Nickelback. I gotta listen to my Nickelback, man.
Soundgarden was great, dude.
I gotta listen to my Nickelback.
Nickelback's the only good thing that they had was their first album. Then they went all kind of goofy, ridiculous, like what happened to Aerosmith. After, like, we didn't have the 80s kind of stuff. We had Dude Looks Like a Lady, which I don't hate, but
Dude Look Like a Lady. What's wrong with that one?
It's
That's
just goofy. Song. It's a good song.
I like that song.
It's supposed to be goofy. Come on, man.
Jeez. This is how quickly, Barrett, I could turn against Cash. We like Dude Looks Like a Lady. It's a fun song. I'm sorry your chin can't handle it.
That's my beautiful chin, man. No, I like the song. I think it's a good song. I just laughed. My old guitar teacher was always like, that song is goofy. He always used to say that. That song's goofy.
Well, then it did its job.
Right.
Honestly.
That's what it was supposed to be.
And then
it's supposed to be a serious song.
Then my first guitar teacher a number of years ago, he always used to say, well, bands like Offspring, they write songs for 13-year-old girls. I couldn't stop laughing. Maybe that's true. Might be true. So.
Well, good old Cash, playing his Woodley air guitar 500 at guitar classes.
No, dude.
Air guitar master, woo!
I don't
rock and roll!
But I do think it's funny.
Air guitar master. Well, then party on.
Yeah, there is air guitar competitions. I hope those are over with now.
Let me guess. Bill and Ted are the judges.
They should be.
Just air guitar.
Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves. Hey, Hey, Ted, that
While you're at
band
it,
was most excellent.
while you're at it, you might as well have Wayne and Garth too.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that'd be great. Wouldn't that be
Marty-
awesome?
Hey, finally, a band that didn't suck. Not.
Uh,
All right, let's get to our final article here. And real quick, Fight Like Hell says Aerosmith. Sorry, Aerosmith had Liv Tyler music videos going for them. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Liv Tyler, good looking
Oh,
woman.
you got a hot daughter, you're gonna put her on your music video. Just don't get worried
Yeah.
about it.
yeah, right. Seriously, please don't. Don't. Yeah, no, don't. Just don't.
All right. So this final article of the night comes from CBR. It's by Monica Coleman. Published 2 days ago, it says Top Gun 3 gets massive update from Tom Cruise's frequent collaborator.
62 years old now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Why do we need a 3?
I don't know.
We don't. We didn't need a Top
No.
Gun Maverick, but we
No.
got a Top Gun Maverick, and
Yeah.
it's very good. And I
It turned out well. Yes.
look forward to that watch party when we have it.
Right, yeah. I mean, just because we didn't doesn't mean that, hey, let's just do a good film. And, it's like, that's what you want.
Mm-hmm. In 2022, Tom Cruise reprised his role as Pete Mitchell, aka Maverick, in Top Gun Maverick. The film was set over 30 years after graduating from the Top Gun training school and premiered 36 years after the original.
Of course, Kelly McGillis didn't show up because, well, yeah.
No, but Jennifer Connelly's in it.
Yes. He does a nice job.
And I didn't see this movie yet. How did I? Oh, come on! What the hell is wrong with me?
Jennifer Connelly is going to have the Sydney Brinkley thing. She's going to have the Brinkley thing where she's going to be like 80 years old and she's still going to look good.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
No.
And I know earlier when I was talking about the July watch parties, I haven't forgotten that a wannabe that I said we will watch Happy Gilmore 2. I haven't forgotten that.
Oh boy! All right.
But we need to do one because of idiots like me.
All right.
I haven't seen Happy Gilmore.
he hasn't seen Happy Gilmore. Well, maybe.
You know
maybe
that's your home. Get in your.
Maybe Netflix will have.
Yeah.
The first one on there along with the second one, and we'll be able to
doesn't matter.
watch them both back to back.
The price is wrong.
The price is wrong, bitch.
I'll squeeze it into the July watch parties.
There's so many great moments in that. Yeah.
Bob Barker could make fun of himself. There's no.
Bob Barker is hilarious in that movie. Absolutely hilarious.
I mean, he might have been a lecherous douche, but he still
maybe to an extent, yeah. But I mean,
he was a lecherous douche. But hey, if women wanted to put their hands in his pocket, let them.
Yeah.
And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and continue reading the article.
Baron will be writing his fan fiction about that later on today.
He did. Do you ever watch the old Price is Right?
I know. I'm
Barrett,
sure.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware of it. I'm sure everyone else is.
They're not the
I'm
women.
talking about Mr. Nickelback here.
Funny. I'm not Mr. Nickelback.
Mr. Green Day.
I do like some Green Day, man. I grew up in that area. I grew up in that. I didn't even know about this stuff of Green Day until later, unfortunately. But moving on.
Top Gun Maverick was a massive commercial and critical success. So naturally, a sequel was the next logical move. Top Gun 3 is currently in development, and it won't take as long to have the film in theaters. During an interview on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, I mean, we're happy, sad, confused because we're fans.
Well, who's who? I think I'm confused.
I think Cash is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sad to find out about Bob Barker, but I know those women had their own problems. So.
Mm.
Mhm.
To promote his latest film, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, I enjoyed it.
Haven't seen
Oh,
it.
I haven't seen it.
It gave me everything I wanted in a Mission Impossible movie. But it says director Christopher McQuarrie, who co-wrote the script for Top Gun Maverick, gave an exciting update about Top Gun 3's script.
Okay.
It has words on it. What? Oh, sorry.
McQuarrie and Cruise collaborated on multiple Mission Impossible installments, and the filmmaker was also a co-writer on Top Gun Maverick. Considering the team up with fellow co-writers Aaron Kruger and Eric Warren Singer, as well as who worked on, I think that's what they meant to say, who worked on it, as well as John Wick. Director Joseph Kosinski at the helm. It's not surprising McQuarrie is involved again in the sequel. Asked if Top Gun 3 is more difficult to crack than Maverick, McQuarrie revealed around the 38 minute 30-second mark. No, it's already in the bag. I already know what it is. It wasn't hard. I thought it would be, and that's a good place to walk from. You walk into the room going, come on, what are we going to do? And Aaron Kruger pitched something, and we had one conversation about it. The framework is there, so it's not hard to crack it.
So what
McQuarrie
we have
later.
here is we have a big boat and there's a bunch of planes on it. And they fly the plane off the boat.
And the planes take off and land on this boat.
And then we get Kenny Loggins playing some music, and yeah.
Yay.
And then you see Maverick doing Maverick things.
That's right.
We see Maverick doing Maverick things? Could that Maverick thing be something like this?
I feel the need.
What, a blank screen?
For speed.
You got a blank screen? Oh, that was supposed to be.
I feel the need.
What about now?
The need.
I'm seeing it now.
Okay. Ow! Evie Muxies suck. Okay. There we
go. Yeah. He later explained that although Top Gun Maverick seemed to give Rooster and Maverick's relationship a full arc, they could be at the heart of a sequel too, if the story works. However, the filmmaker also clarified that they understood that fan desires and were working on an emotional balance for the characters. He also detailed his romantic relationship with Penny and why that worked and how that was important for the overall stakes of the film. When asked if
she's not a bitter, overweight lesbian, does that help out?
No, that's Jennifer Connelly, you dumbass.
That's what I mean. She's not a bitter overweight lesbian like what's her name, the first one. That's why it works.
Baron.
What?
Just.
Oh gosh.
The fuck, dude.
What? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Honestly,
where did the hell did that come from?
Where the hell did that come from?
Seriously.
Because what's her name is?
Well, so what?
Who cares, dude?
Well, the relationship worked because Jennifer Connelly is not those things. Of course it would work.
He hasn't even seen the movie. He doesn't know how the dynamic of Penny and Maverick works.
Baron, what?
No, he'll find out. He'll find out next month.
I'll find out next.
And by next month, I mean July.
What? I'm just saying she's not the other girl.
Baron, just shut up.
Okay, Mr. Radio.
No, but really, dude, come on, man. That just came. That's what the hell.
I'm supposed to be non-cyclical.
When asked if he would replace Krasinski and take over as director, McQuarrie responded, "I have given that absolutely no thought. No thought whatsoever." Bullshit! He's given it thought.
Wow! Straight and to the point. I like that.
However, he teased that he did a lot of research on how to make a Tony Scott movie, who was the director of the 1986 original. I'm not the sort of director who would be squeamish about it. Yeah. Like I said, he gave it some thought. Tom Cruise confirmed Top Gun 3 is coming. Although there have been rumors of a third installment of the action franchise since 2022, the sequel wasn't confirmed right away. However, considering Top Gun Maverick was the second highest grossing film of the year with 1.49 billion worldwide and received 6 Academy Award nods, it was natural that the team would return to the franchise. Cruise also confirmed Top Gun 3 was happening recently. Yeah, we're thinking and talking about many different stories and what we could do and what's possible. Cruise told Australia's Today Show. It took me 35 years to figure out Top Gun Maverick, so all of these things we're working on. We're discussing sequels to Days of Thunder and Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun 3 doesn't have a release date yet.
And amazing, Tom Cruise did all that talking while jumping on the couch.
Right. That's true.
Say what you will about Tom Cruise. At least when it comes to his movies, he does appreciate that the fans are coming out to see his movies.
Yeah, well, I mean,
100%. He doesn't go out there and spew BS when he's doing these things. In fact, he shut people down who tried to do it because I'm here to talk the movie and hear from my fans.
I hear he's a nice guy. Some of the Belisario family told me that they gave him a tour one time a number of years ago. Said he was a very nice dude.
He's name copying him.
Just saying.
Well, Cash actually,
yeah, he knows people.
Does know the Belisarios family.
He does.
So,
yep, just haven't talked to him in years, but yeah.
The Belisarios family, who worked on Jag and a few other shows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I
So
heard he wrote a character, a big chin character, because of him.
Do you think this is a lot of
nice
smoke right now for Top Gun 3, or
Probably.
do you think they're seriously working on the third one? It's just a matter of time as to when it gets filmed and then released.
Well, the big problem is Tom Cruise has a big plate. He's got a full plate. When would he do this? I mean, and how would you work? I mean, age-wise, he's to that point where in the military he can't be flying things anymore.
Good point.
No.
Yeah.
So what would his role be? Would he play a diminished role where, he's not flying?
He's more the Tom Skerritt.
Right. Yes. Would he want to go for that part? Which is nothing wrong with that. That's a great role. But even then, Tom Skerritt was flying. His character. I'm sure there's probably dreams to do this, but when? And again, Tom Cruise looks great. He does. I'm saying that completely heterosexually. He looks really great, but he's getting up there in years. It's starting to show a little bit. How is he going to fit it all in there?
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? Have like Goose's? Well, you haven't seen Maverick yet, so I better not spoil.
Goose's ghost bothers him. It's like I know Top Gun Christmas Carol, and he's Marley. Goose is Marley. And Kelly McGillis is the ghost of Top Gun.
You haven't seen Maverick yet, so I won't.
No, I have not seen it.
He will.
Settle it, Cash. I'll see it.
The date's already been marked. July 6th.
I don't want to say anything that could actually connect with 3, but 3 doesn't. We didn't need Maverick. We don't need this, but they're going to do it anyways.
I don't. Well, the thing is, I don't know. Again, I don't know how violent. I mean, you've had a lot of things where they're getting ready to go on a new movie. I remember back in the day when Ted Hayes, from Airplane, the main guy on there, and he sent back. They were interviewing him, and this was like later 80s, and he's saying about and we're getting ready to do Airplane 3, and it's like, oh, okay, and okay, we're still waiting.
Well, that's why I say how much of this is smoke.
Right.
Well, it might not necessarily smoke, but it just comes down. We plan on doing it, but it doesn't. Something will stop it, and I don't.
Well, there's that Skydance merger thing still in the wings, so
right.
See how that changes.
That could delay it.
We'll see how that changes things, because they may be like, okay, we don't want. I mean, do you guys want a Days of Thunder 2? I don't even remember if I ever saw the first one.
I didn't.
You've never seen the first one? You haven't seen the first one?
I didn't watch.
August.
I didn't watch it out of spite, because that was the time when actually Tom Cruise was being a bit of a prick and lecturing all of us about the fucking environment, and then he does this movie with race cars sucking up all this gasoline, and it's like, okay, you're going to tell us one thing and you're going to do another. So I was kind of put out and didn't see it because of that. Yeah, I'm not petty. I'm very petty. Not Richard Petty, but I'm petty.
I don't think I've ever watched all of that movie. No, I know I've seen parts of it.
I know he killed a bunch of birds on the beach scene when they're racing the car, which would be great. I mean, just watch blood and the feathers all over the place. It's like doing Space Marine or Dark Knight.
Yeah.
And Baron takes us to a completely different area again.
Yes, he did. Look at that eye. Look at those eyes.
I know I had my rant earlier, and I know I told off that person on Rumble.
Oh.
Oh, which one? Huh? I don't know. What? Huh?
The one that said grow up. It's like, no.
Oh, I didn't grow up.
We're talking about what we love, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out. I mean it.
I'm not growing up.
What was he upset about? Because you like
I don't know.
Trek?
I don't know what he was about. He just goes grow up, and I don't know. I don't care. Whatever.
That's where I'm at. And if anybody doesn't like it, too bad. I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about on this program. What Baron wants to talk about on this program, what Cash wants to talk about on this program. If someone has a problem with it, that's too bad.
I am so dedicated about not growing up. I'm going to die like I came into this world, bald, fat, and crying.
Oh man, it's just
no.
It's just,
and I got the fat and crying part.
It's like that.
I look at it this way.
Yeah.
I'm not your personal television channel. What we talk about here is stuff that interests us. If Cash gives me an article that he finds interesting, and I look at it, and the headline alone is interesting, we'll read it. Baron hands me something that he finds interesting, that he thinks that we should talk about, we'll read it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, what's that article?
It doesn't matter if Baron knows more about the subject than I do, or Cash does, or if Cash knows something more than Baron and I, or I know something more than Baron and Cash.
Wait, I don't.
We're going to talk about things that we enjoy. We're not going to just pander to someone just because they don't like what we're talking about.
What the fuck actually triggered this person, anyways?
I don't know. I forgot about.
I don't know. I don't know.
I forgot about this person. It's like,
what is it? It's probably because I'm sure it's the old Trek stuff, and they're like, how dare you? And the new Trek fans are probably, I don't know.
It popped up when we were talking about, Harlan Ellison and Baron being at the conventions, and Peter David. And it's like, you know what? We're gonna honor this person who passed away. You don't like it? Too fucking bad.
Wow, so he's upset about honoring Peter. Who cares, man? It doesn't. The funny thing is, even with people's politics and whatever, it really doesn't matter. They still can give you great entertainment. It's just they can be pinheads too. They can be both.
You know what happened? You know what happened when that was posted? This is what happened.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Mike went full dude on him.
No, I'm not going to give you this phony baloney program where we go by a script. I'm going to be honest and real. That's been the point of this channel from the very beginning.
That's right.
Let's be honest and real.
Okay, it was more like this.
You really are a fat bastard.
That's what we say to Baron backstage a lot.
Yeah, all the time. But no one's feeling me for F you, Baron. I'm kind of feeling hurt.
Look, I was looking.
tell you, shut the fuck up, Aaron.
I mean, my
No,
gosh,
no, I'm
dude,
just
like,
saying that. It's just F you, Baron. I haven't heard an F you, Baron,
just
from
like,
anybody for a long time.
Well,
I feel like a lot of
well, you know what you need to do? You need to call Geary.
I bear. You know, I do have his number. I
yes,
should give him a call.
that's
He
true.
he,
You
he would
could.
do that because I'll be calling him at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll definitely get an F you, Baron.
Yeah, you would. Yeah,
I'd probably get one from Pops too if I did that. Give him a
yeah,
call.
you would. Yeah, I
Mister
mean,
Mild Mannered Pops. And it's like,
people.
how do you get Pops to say F you? Well, have Baron
No,
call him
but
at 2 o'clock in the morning.
this is in all honesty, people who come by channels, not just mine, but other channels, and act like they're entitled to see what they want to see, are full of shit.
Yes,
No, I think what it is just a freaking troll, and that's
probably.
what I just wrote it off of. People like doing that and say, whatever. Yeah,
Look,
hello.
I'm not putting up with it, Baron.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I'm just saying how I look at it. I mean, just like what I said about Kelly McKinnon.
There's a lot of times I'll keep my mouth shut, but
Oh yeah,
I've gotten to that point where I'm not doing that anymore.
he's just not going to take it no more. Honestly,
You're not gonna.
don't fuck with Oh, that we need that. We're not gonna. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it
Anymore.
anymore. Actually, I haven't heard that song in a while. Believe it or not.
The
It used
video
to be
is
played
very.
on the radio a lot.
The video
I
is
know
very
it was.
is quite clever.
We were talking about Stefan First earlier. Stefan First was in that video or one of their videos. I can't remember if it was that one or whatnot. And he didn't realize it was a non-union set. And he got zinged by the union for being on one of their music videos.
Oh, yeah, I think you might have said something about that before. Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It was that one or one of the other videos, but I know he got zinged. And
Oopsie.
yeah.
Woo! Oopsie day.
And what happened is the union came in and.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass? What happens?
That was the union. Really, it was the union when they came in.
And hell, Fight Like Hell says, no, we ain't gonna take it.
Yeah.
And of course, Twisted Sister has a cameo in Pee Wee's Big Adventure. And
D. Schneider, yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of a nutcase, but it's all right.
Oh, well, aren't they all? I mean,
yes,
I just come to expect all of them are freaking nutcases.
Me too. And
that's what keeps me entertained.
Not the good nutcase either, the bad nutcase.
Yeah, but it keeps me entertained.
Yeah, I mean,
it gives us material.
I don't care about. I mean, my goodness, I might have to start reading some of Peter David's stuff. My gosh, MarvelAlone.com has listing all this stuff that he worked with other people. It's crazy. He even did stuff of Black Widow, like more recent stuff. It's crazy,
right? Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing that he had money issues with how prolific he was, but he did get in issues with his divorce from his first wife that really got him in trouble with the IRS.
Ooh.
And he finally got that straightened out with a little, I think it was like GoFundMe or something like that. They were short, so he sold part of his comic book collection, which must have been heartbreaking to him, to finish it off. And then, of course, now we have this new one with his health issues that was leading up. And I don't know if you were when I said that, but when Mike had that story like about a month ago or whatever about him needing the GoFundMe, that's when I was sitting back going, "We're going to lose him. It's not long." And unfortunately, I was right. It's like, damn it, I don't want to be right.
Yeah. And Fight Like Hell says he learned today. Well, I don't know if Fight Like Hell's he or she, but learned today that Dee Snider was on Trump's version of The Apprentice. Yes, Dee Snider was.
Yes, he was. That's right.
A lot of people were. Yeah, it's amazing how many people were on there. And
yes,
yeah, Didn't have a problem back then, did they? No, just
Yeah, I learned because of the Celebrity Apprentice. I learned a lot about Cyndi Lauper. I'm like, this has to be scripted, right? This woman can't be this bunch of a fucking bitch. She just can't be, and she is.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a guy, by the way, so we can. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fight like hell's the heat.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
okay, I won't flirt then. I won't flirt. I'll say that for you, Lady Mist.
Don't make Lady Miss run. Although my rant will probably make anybody run.
Oh wow, she knows me. I think she likes it. Besides, it gives her a chance to aim her flames. Gotcha, bastard.
How dare you talk about Peter David? How dare you?
What?
Well, since it is 10
minutes.
10 minutes after 10, at least here on the East Coast.
Ha-ha.
Baron, why don't you let the wonderful people out there know what's coming up on Baron Orman Tag's Fandom Legacy?
Oh, wait a moment. You mean Baron? Just a second. That's what happens when you get fat. You're talking about Baron Orman Tag's Fandom Legacy. Actually, I got a shirt for tomorrow when I talk to Pops. And that's one thing. Pops and I. Well, I think the one has come out. I forgot which. The 12 Cheers. I think that's for the public consumption over at Pops. So I just want to sit back and say, go over there, watch that one. We're recording another one tomorrow for a movie we watch. I won't say which one it is yet, but yeah, he owes me one for that one.
He owes me big time.
Oh, he does. Pops, are you out there watching? Yeah. Things have kind of been shifting around here at the old Tag Cottage.
Welcome
so
to the club,
when
buddy.
it comes around, so when it comes around to gaming streams and all that, I'm going to be doing a little figuring out what, how, when, and where, and why not. So that, but I hope to get back to doing some gaming. Monday, Contraband Police. More than likely, we'll be there. It's the Wednesday one I'm going to have to shift around with because of time. So again, on Monday, 5:00 Central Daylight Time, by the way, on Baron Orman
Tag's
Fandom
Legacy.
Yeah, look at that.
Give me attention. Yay.
What a hot model, too. Look at that.
Give me attention.
I need attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so girls, quit drilling. I'm taking.
I don't think that's something you want to do. I mean, the long suffering is listening, Baron.
No, she's at work now.
And she's listening. You know she's listening.
Yeah, she knows me though. She knows me too well.
She knows me.
But for
she's getting ready to send you a text message telling you know where you're sleeping tonight.
Where I sleep every night, doghouse. No one sleeps in the doghouse except for me. I got 3 dogs. I'm the one sleeping in there. But yeah, on Monday, 5:00 Eastern Daylight Time, on Baron Orman Tag's Fandom Legacy. I hope that I'll have the latest installment of Contraband Police now that we have holidays over with and various other insanity. So please join me over there. Ooh, okay. And as for the other one, Police Simulator, I'm going to see what day I can move it because some personal things going on. A little shifting here, a little shifting there. It's doing a sidestep there. So other than that, I can't think of anything else except the fact Jace will hopefully be back soon. So
that's what he said.
Yeah. So with the Beyond, so we'll have to wait until we get that magic message from him saying about 5 minutes before the show, going, "Hey guys, coming to the show."
That's pretty much it.
And real quick, Lady Miss is saying that you're fine, Baron, and she says that our dragons are always ready to welcome him.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good, but sure.
Well,
saying it's fine that she won't be scared away from Baron, so that's good. Well, no one's scared.
Plus, I'll make a good meal for the dragons too. I mean, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fattened up for the dragons. That's what I say. Who needs a maiden when you got?
But what if one of the dragons is trying to watch his figure?
Yeah. And too much fat on it. I'm trying to cut fat out of my diet. Damn it!
I'm trying to do this. Get your floaties. Yeah.
So other than that, I can't think of anything else. So I'm going to leave it up to Well, I don't know about Cash if he's doing, but back to you, Mike, and you can send it to wherever you want.
Cash, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? What are you doing it?
What the fuck is going on lately? I don't know. I'm in Baron's
That's
boat
what I
here and there. It's like it's just like it's like things should be ready and they're not. Okay, so what actually is going to be coming up, and I will have to talk to Mike about it. Mike and I have to finish. Let's see, what are we in? We're almost done with May. All right, so we've got to work on doing Evil West.
Evil West.
We've got to finish Evil West on stream. We've got to. So that's
It
going to be
scares you too
coming
much,
up.
though, Cash. I know that.
Yeah, sure it does.
Mike, I'm scared.
It
Help
hurts
me
my
get-
feelings. I don't know what's going on. There's
Yeah,
wolves
but-
as anybody. No.
But Cash, if we don't finish it, then Felicity's vampire ways are
Oh,
going to
yeah,
spread
that's
across the
right.
country. We got to stop her.
Fucking
Felicity.
Yeah, she's a
my.
bitch, dude. She's literally a bitch.
She's a vampire, Baron.
She's
Not a very nice one.
She's not a nice vampire, dude. She's
Yeah.
some killings and stuff. She's horrible. I don't like her.
Sounds like a few of the girls I dated in my life.
So we've got to finish that. So we'll talk about that, and then, what else do we got to do? All right, let's see. Let's see, Friday maybe. Well, I got to work that out. So when we get back to the Friday stuff, which should be soon, it really should be. We're going to be playing a secret game. I don't want to tell anybody what it is, but you'll know right away. It's going to be called Otter Wars. No, it's not. But
Well, why don't we just tell them by now?
all right, we can tell
Do
them.
we want to tease them?
Yeah, we won't tease them. So yes, we're going to be playing Space Marine 2, and the nice thing is that I don't know what the goal is going to be. Just get as far as we can in the campaign together. I guess we can do that. So.
Well, you got different. Well, you got the like we have in Dark Tide where you go out there and you have the little missions that you can just the three of us. So yeah,
Do we actually get to play through? You've played so much more of this than Mike.
I have not played the story mode yet because I've been having too much fun on PvP.
Oh, really?
And,
okay.
And the other one, like what they have for with the Dark Tide, where you go out and do the mission, quick mission to get through point A to point B and hope you live. And don't get eaten by a kid or a rabid otter.
I think we can do the campaign together, though. I'm pretty sure that.
We should test that out. We should test that out.
Yeah, we'll test it out.
We
will.
Yeah, if we can do that. I'm Titus.
Okay.
I don't know. Anybody can be Titus, if that's the case. But
for the Emperor.
Or, I mean,
I know people are already getting sick of that. Probably.
Really?
I love it.
Really?
For the Emperor!
So we will figure that out. If not, we'll find something else in that game to do. We'll find.
Oh, there's a lot to do in that game, Cash.
Oh
so
yeah.
We're good.
Oh yeah.
So that'll
Just
be
make
good.
Sure you get the proper chapter in there. Make sure you got yourself looking proper for that chapter.
Yeah, vampires get a bad rep, but it depends what vampires they are.
Oh, vampires suck.
Sparkly ones do for sure.
That's ridiculous. But no, if you think about it, vampires suck. I mean, they put it in and suck the blood out.
Yeah, fucking vampires, man.
Hello, Clarice. I have some fava beans.
Hey,
and a nice Chianti.
Oh man!
Don't scare my otters.
Yeah, spill the beans, right? So yeah, we'll be playing that. Space Marine 2 over on the Phantom Hooligans and Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah, it's always because the restream, I think they're going to have to make me pay or something to add Rumble if I remember. So they won't. And then just so you guys also know, if you're using OBS, they decided to attack Rumble. So you know what you do? You make a video and then using that program, and then you put it on Rumble and you tell them go fuck themselves. That's it. That's the answer every time.
Thank you, Cash, for that wonderful incitement. Where the hell is it? Where the hell is
But
it? Thank you for that wonderful incitement of.
You know what really grinds my gears?
right, sure. But I mean, that's really what you do is you tell them to do, since
So, you know.
and then you go hide because they're coming after you. Right? No,
Well, you need to
but
tell them this.
I said, I ain't giving you no 350, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money. I gave him
yeah. So
And Fight Like Hell says they
Mhm.
think that the campaign is co-op, so it
I
shouldn't
thought
be a
it
Okay,
problem.
cool.
was.
I've not tried
But,
that.
but
Oh,
still,
okay.
but
We'll
still,
try it out.
we,
We'll try
we
it
should
out.
check it, try it out, make sure we can connect and not have any
I don't
issues.
know what the deal is with Helldivers 2. I'm up for getting back to that.
Like I said
Um,
earlier in the stream when I went on my rant, it had been over a full year since I've been able to actually connect with people. That wasn't just me and one other person, actually a whole group. When it was Shane, Does, and Wolverine when we played a few weeks ago.
mhm.
We actually got through the whole match without being disconnected.
Right. So then, do we want to give it a shot with our group?
Yes, we want to give it a shot.
All right.
I know that I'm going to get killed by Cash. That's usually what happens when we play it. But yeah.
I accidentally killed Wolvie a couple times.
I'm sure. Well, it can be easy to kill people in that game. Your
Not hard,
teammates
no.
were like, "Whoops, why'd
It's
you
like,
get in my line
sorry,
of sight?"
sorry,
I told you,
I'm
don't
sorry,
get in my
my
line
bad.
of sight, man. Come on, man.
Grenade?
Oops. Oh, yeah. You weren't my intended target. It was that bug over there.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be us
You feeling okay? You don't look so good.
I mean, this is going to be us before we do either Space Marines, Space Marine 2, or Hell Divers, or any of this.
Hello. 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 Viva. He's a fallen. Get away.
I love it that I'm Bo.
That's great.
You are Mo. I'm Shemp.
I mean, I've often said I identify as a Klingon, ready for battle.
No, I just got to get the haircut.
Well, if I'm an original series Klingon, I have no issues.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about Mo. You got to get that Mo haircut.
No,
Hey, Mo.
no,
Hey, Mo.
that wouldn't look good on me. But
And then,
anything else coming up on Phantom Hooligans?
No, not right now. We are going to get back to our Rumble stuff soon, Baron and I. So that'll be awesome, and there'll be some other stuff.
Run,
And
Baron, run!
I know, man. Yep. We're just waiting on a certain person to see what's going to happen. So should be. We should have news soon. So
Yeah,
that's good. We should have.
Mike. I know, Mike.
I know, Baron. I know. What are you gonna do, right?
It's not my show. Technically, it's not my show. So, I tried.
I know you do. Anything else, Cash?
You guys are funny. No, not right now. So.
All right.
Maybe,
so
maybe
I'll make this quick. As far as what's coming up on Pacific414, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern on both the YouTube and Rumble channel, I'll be playing more Rise of the Ronin. It'll be part 9 of the Rise of the Ronin streams. And then on Sunday, we'll be watching Wayne's World, party time, excellent, swing, at 1 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Rumble, and X. I'll make sure to provide the Cosby link to anybody who wishes to watch the movie along with us. And then Tuesday of next week, I'm going to be playing more Doom, The Dark Ages. I'm loving that game. That game doesn't piss me off. That game just makes me want to blow up more demons.
Hey, they got on the Twitch thing, they got some skin you can have for that Doom game.
Yeah, I know. I've been slacking on that part.
Yeah, I wish they would add the multiplayer back because that used to be so awesome. But yeah, it's all right.
Now, I will say there will not be an episode of Pop Talk next Wednesday.
Dun, dun, dun.
And I'll get to why. I'll get to why once I get to the day. But
I'm having
Thursday
a colonoscopy that day. That's why.
Thursday of next week, I will be playing some more WrestleQuest. So there won't be any Rise of the Ronin next week, but there will be some WrestleQuest.
Oh yeah,
that's right, brother. But Friday there will be an edition of Pop Talk. Why? Because we're gonna have the angriest of all Canadians on, Angry Canadian, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, as a special Friday episode of Pop Talk. And then
we have to do that proper when he comes on. It's like Hari Amagato, eh?
Well, you could do that. I'm not.
I will. Yeah, I will. I'll take the rest. It's my thing. You know, I think.
And then next Saturday, on June 7th, Smoking Patriot will be joining me for episode 4 of The Adventure Continues, the Star Trek discussion, where he and I invite all of you to join us as we watch and discuss the episode Relics from TNG's 6th season. It's actually episode 4 of the 6th season.
How odd. I was actually reading an article about that. Either today or yesterday. About the episode Relics.
That is interesting. Because there's no bloody A, B, C, or D.
The gist of the article quickly was how Scotty was the best treated of the original series cast that they had on there, compared to Leonard Nimoy, Sarek, Mark Leonard, and DeForest Kelly. And basically, they're saying because he interacted the most with all the rest of the crew, particularly Shorty. And then they had that little scene at the end where he's given the shuttlecraft and leaves. So, and he was basically one of the only ones to have been on the Enterprise D, besides, of course,
Bones.
That's Bones and Stark. Yeah, that Spock wasn't on there, and not even Kirk was on there. So it was kind of an interesting. It was from Screen Rant. They actually did a pretty good job for once.
Wow.
I know, shocking.
Wow, and CBR had some good articles too.
Eddie,
too.
We're in engineering. Call me Scotty.
Right. And they're saying about even his scene with Worf and his scene with Data. So they're saying about how his appearance on there was actually what they considered one of the best from the original cast, being in Next Generation.
Yeah, you're not quite human, are you? No, sir. I'm an android. Huh. Synthetic Scotch, synthetic commanders. But you know what they use as Aldebaran whiskey? High C Ecto Cooler.
Yep. And that was the first time in Next Generation history that they actually had one of the old set redesigns on. One of the old setup, which was, of course, that quarter bridge.
Yeah, I was going to say they didn't build it fully.
No.
Just enough for the shots that you got.
Right. The engineering station, the communications, the turbo lift, the chair, the center chair, and the nav helm. And not much else. But they didn't need to.
Yep. We didn't get the full set until they actually did In the Mirror Darkly for Enterprise.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not even for Trials and Tribulations, even though they recreated a lot of sets on that one.
Yeah. They did recreate the corridor for Trials and Tribulations. They recreated part of the bridge.
Yeah.
For that episode. But it was even less than what we got in Relics, so.
Right.
That's what's coming up on Pacific414. And before we get out of here, I do want to thank Lady Mist for being here. Thank you very much. Oh, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a super chat from Lady Mist.
I thought that's what you were talking about, man.
I don't know why it's not showing up on the EVMix side, but I went to the YouTube side and I saw it. So, Lady Mist.
Oh, I saw it on EVMix. I saw it on our chat.
I'm not seeing it on my end. I don't know why, but it's EVMix.
Oh,
so.
How odd. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that is odd. But I've come to learn it's Evie Mux.
Evie Mux.
Now it's showing up.
Well, I brought it
Yes.
up. You know,
Well, I
sometimes
appreciate
it
that.
doesn't scroll. Yeah.
I did scroll down, Bear, and it wasn't showing up on my side.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is you try to do the scroll, or itself won't scroll, and it just I don't know. Things just don't. I don't know. Evie Mux get better.
But Lady Mist, I appreciate the super sticker. It's a Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by hearts. And you do help keep the warp core going on this channel. You do keep the dilithium in good supply so we can reach maximum warp.
And on this World Otter Day, you keep little fishies for these guys. Happy little otters.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta
So
feed
with
those otters.
that, Lady Mist, I have this for you.
All right, put the money in the bag.
I'll buy that for $1.
I still like it. Even if I did do it, if I didn't do it, I'd do it.
So, Lady Mist, really appreciate you always being here and your continued support of the channel. It does mean a lot. And of course, I also want to take the time to thank Wolverine Snicket. Thank you, Wolvie, for being here tonight. Really appreciate it. Old Gamer 72 Cutlass, thank you for being here. And this is all on the YouTube side first, folks. Pat Wannabe, thank you for being here, brother. Really appreciate it. And of course, Baron, thank you for being here, and also the Long Suffering for being here. Tim, thank you very much. Not only for being here, but also for your $1 super chat.
There are some who call me Tim.
And as I scroll up here, I know Prismatics was here. Good to see you, Prismatics. DJ Ronnie G was here. Good to see you, DJ.
Nerd.
Jason Fox of 540 Studio was also here on the YouTube side.
No agent.
Yes, he is. Also, your Ron was here. I know him as Shane. You know him as Shane. Cool, dude. Shane, thank you for being here, brother. Of course, did mention the long suffering. I mean, she lives with Baron. She's the long suffering. Of course, Baron was here first on the YouTube side. Now, over on the Rumble side, I do want to thank Low Spec Linux Gaming, which I will admit, Low Spec, earlier I said the laptop. Low Spec, please forgive me.
You know, I think you unsubscribed for that. Good job.
But Low Spec, thank you for being here tonight. Fight Like Hell 93, thank you for being here tonight. Also want to thank NGM Studios for being here tonight. Over on the Rumble side. And I don't see anybody over on the X side, but that's fine. There were some people watching, so that's good. And it's good to have everybody watching. And yeah, my main rule for this channel at any time, whether it's Pop Talk or a gaming stream, is, come here, be cool. You're not here, you're not cool. Well, guess what? Then you get me. And I'll call you out.
You get to swim with the otters.
Nah.
Otters.
Nah. They get the Klingon side of me to come out.
Well, maybe we can have Lady Mist suck her dragons. That'd be fun.
That'd be cool. What do you say to that, Lady Mist?
Yeah, she needs to feed them. Works for me.
And let me see.
I don't know why they haven't eaten cash yet, but
for the adventure continues, Lady Mist, we will be watching the episode Relic. It's the episode of Scotty. James Doohan makes a guest appearance. It's a real good episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been one of my favorites, and a lot of reasons being that Scotty has always been one of my favorite characters, and I'm interested to find out from the Smoking Patriot why he chose that episode. I can think of a few things that he might say, but I'd rather hear it from him.
And that's another one where find the book and read the book. There's a lot more in the book.
Oh yeah. But
it's almost like they did this be a 2-part episode, but they made it into one, took out a lot of stuff.
It really should have been a 2-part episode. Mm-hmm. I think it would have worked.
Yeah, because in the book, they actually explore the planet. Or the Dyson Sphere.
I mean, that would have been, a neat thing to see in part 2 instead of the Janine being able to run again. Have them actually explore it and find different things, maybe different technology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Jan Michael Friedman was the one who did the novelization, as I said earlier. Another great Star Trek writer.
Yeah, I have a few of his books.
Mm-hmm. Has a different approach from Peter David, but still just as good and knows his Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. But again, thank you all very much for being here. And the saying here on the channel for anyone new, especially when I'm playing a game, is don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Make sure you're subscribed to Baron and Cash. Consider subscribing to Pacific414, especially if you can handle me when I'm ready to act like a Klingon, especially when a troll comes. Because I'm not okay with that. No, I'm not. I'm not joking.
I know you're not. I'm just chuckling, going, "Yeah, I can see that happening." I'm. It's an evil.
Yeah. You come to my house, you disrespect my house in any way, shape, or form, and then you get the wrath.
Well, yeah,
it's worse than Khan.
Yeah, it's more like this.
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's getting to you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit, that's all. I'm only kidding with you.
No. If people are cool, that's fine. You're welcome here. But if you're just coming here to be a jerk, a jack-off, then get out.
Yeah, that's my job.
Well, you said it, not me.
It's true.
But thank you, everybody. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
World Otter Day! Celebrate the otters! Come on! Feed a fish to the otters! Share, like, subscribe for the otters! Not for us, not for Mike, not for me, not for Ken. Do it for the otters. Otters love you. Do that, like, share,